improve coastal shipping. What actions has the Secretary of State taken to assist introducing a direct ferry service from Scotland to critically important export markets in Europe?
Minister.
Well, I was very pleased to reply to a debate that the honourable gentleman and other colleagues spoke in a couple of weeks ago on exploring the potential for restoring the Rosyth to Zeebrugge link, which for commercial reasons ceased operating a few years ago. I think there are lots of potentials for reopening that. It primarily is a matter for the Scottish Government, but I'm happy to work with him and his colleagues to explore all these opportunities.
The Minister, Liz Twist.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The ScotWind allocation announced last week has the opportunity to create thousands of jobs in Scotland. The reality is that over their time in office, the SNP has created lots of highly skilled jobs. It's just they're not in Scotland. They're in China, Poland, Portugal and elsewhere. The Scottish Government failed to put in place sufficient demands for local procurement as part of awarding the contracts. It's particularly disappointing for coastal communities who can see offshore wind turbines being installed, but they can't see the jobs. What discussion has the Minister had with the Scottish Government about ensuring that the supply chain for ScotWind creates jobs in Scotland and across the UK?
Minister.
Well, I agree with the basic point the Honourable Lady is making, and if I can reference back to the answer I gave to the Honourable Member for Orkney and Shetland, there are, if you look at the whole piece of renewable energy, there are enormous opportunities to develop that technology in Scotland through our contracts for difference round, which is as big as all the other rounds put together. There is huge investment going in offshore wind and in tidal, and I will continue to explore every avenue to make sure that this country is able to secure the lion's share of that industrial capacity.
Emily's waving.
Yes. Susan Webb.
Question number 6, Mr. Speaker.
Secretary of State.
Mr. Speaker, 8 projects in Scotland have received a share of over £170 million from round 1 of the Levelling Up Fund. These projects will create new jobs, boost training, grow productivity and deliver tremendous economic benefit to Scotland.
Mr. Speaker, with all the news on the Levelling Up White Paper today, could my right honourable friend update the House on progress towards launching the fund's second round, as I know within many bidders in Scotland, as there will be in my constituency of Stourbridge, where we are keen to move forward with a bid to regenerate Lye.
Mr. Speaker, unsuccessful applicants who passed the gateway stage will be offered feedback to support future bids, and they will also be encouraged to reapply. Round 2 of the Levelling Up Fund is due to open in the spring of this year, and there will be more information shared in due course.
Davis Jones.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I feel for the Minister for having to come to the dispatch box to defend his government's appalling record on spending for the devolved nations. Their broken promises on fully replacing EU funds look to set Wales over £1 billion over the next few years. So can the Minister confirm exactly how the government plan on plugging this gap? The Shared Prosperity Fund will see all of the devolved nations lose out on vital funding, and it is simply not good enough.
Well, Mr. Speaker, to be absolutely clear, regarding funding to the devolved administrations, the first point I'd make to the Honourable Lady is that the settlement for Scotland this year, £41.6 billion, is an increase of £4 billion. It's the highest settlement the Scottish Government have received since 1998, so since devolution began. And regarding the UK Shared Prosperity Fund, the ERDF and ESF funds are being absolutely replaced with no reduction whatsoever, as per our manifesto commitment.
David Drummond.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Can my honourable friend explain to the House or inform us of what engagement he's had and other UK government departments have had with the Scottish Government and in particular local authorities in Scotland to ensure that levelling up is truly a levelling up exercise across the whole United Kingdom?
Secretary of State.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, as my honourable friend knows, we have had, when he was in the Scotland office with me, we've had a lot of engagement with Scottish local authorities, and we have been very clear that we are going to deliver the levelling up money and work with those local authorities to practice real devolution.
Ray Morris.
Number 7, sir.
Minister.
The Union Connectivity Review recognised the importance of the A1 and recommended that the UK Government should seek to work with the Scottish Government to develop an assessment of the East Coast Road and Rail Corridor. We will respond to the UCR and publish that in due course.
Thank the Minister for that response, but on the day that the Levelling Up agenda has been published, can he tell the House what steps he's taking to devolve powers and finance to the northern region so that we can strengthen ties with the Holyrood government, independent of Westminster, and so increase rail capacity, increase trade and opportunities for business?
Minister.
Well, first of all, I should say I know how passionate the honourable gentleman is about transport matters. I had the pleasure of serving with him on the Transport Select Committee for a number of years. I think if he reads through the Levelling Up white paper, which came out today, I appreciate it, it's quite a weighty tome, so may not have had a chance to digest it all yet. But he will see in that the measures to which he's referring. That we can encourage better connectivity between the different economic centres of the UK. And I would be absolutely delighted to see a strengthening of that corridor between Scotland and the north east of England.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. 9, please, sir. 9.
Secretary of State.
My office and I have regular discussions with the Ministry of Defence on all matters relating to defence in Scotland, including defence investment with industry and commerce in Scotland, which totalled almost £2 billion in 2020-2021.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Scotland is home to the Royal Navy Submarine Service, including our essential independent nuclear deterrent that protects the whole of the UK. As President Putin continues to escalate his military posture and the aggression on the Ukrainian border. And let's be clear, it is President Putin escalating this and not the Russian people. Does my right honourable friend agree with me that our commitment to defence investment in Scotland, including Trident, is important, indeed vital, to Scotland's security as part of the UK and as part of NATO?
Order. I need to finish these questions. Please, it's in good order that you want to hear your own Secretary of State. Secretary of State.
Mr. Speaker, you won't be surprised to hear that I completely agree with my honourable friend. The UK's independent nuclear deterrent, which is Trident based at the HMS Naval Base Clyde, exists to deter the most extreme threats to the United Kingdom, but also to our NATO allies. Our nuclear deterrent is the ultimate assurance against current and future threats and remains essential for as long as the global security situation demands.
Alan Smith, final question.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Number 10, please.
This government has consistently said the best way to support people's living standards is through good work, better skills and higher wages. Our plan for jobs is working. The economy is growing and unemployment is low. The national living wage and universal credit taper and allowance changes are putting more money in people's pockets.
Alan Smith.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The UK energy market is demonstrably broken. Surely that's of concern to all of us on all sides of the House. Now, I'm particularly concerned about rural energy prices and disparities between urban and rural areas. Competition law and energy law are reserved to this place. Would the Minister support my call for an investigation into uncompetitive energy practices? And if he won't, would he care to come to the City of Stirling and explain to the people of Stirling and Scotland how the UK energy market is working for them?
Minister.
Well, first of all, can I welcome the honourable gentleman's home city and its City of Culture bid. And I'm always happy to come and visit Stirling. In fact, I believe I'm coming up in the next couple of weeks to visit. I'm very happy to meet him to discuss the measures he refers to. But I would point out that energy prices are rising globally. That is a consequence of the coronavirus restrictions easing and demand coming back, together with other geopolitical factors. So I would put the points he raises in that global context.
Before we come to Prime Minister's questions, I wish to make a statement about the House practices regarding accusing members of lying or deliberately misleading the House. I recognise there are frustrations around the House's practices. Firstly, let me say that there are means by which accusations of lying may be brought before the House, including by means of a substantive motion. The Scottish National Party did so on their opposition day in November. However, members may not accuse each other of lying or deliberately misleading the House unless such a substantive motion is under consideration. Erskine May is clear that it is to preserve the character of parliamentary debate, which I take to mean to stop it descending into fruitless cycles of accusation and counter-accusation. May I also say that expressions when used in respect of the members, which are regarded with particular seriousness, generally leading to prompt intervention from the Chair and often a requirement on a member to withdraw the words, include charges uttering deliberate falsehoods. It is important to stress context. Similar words said in different proceedings might attract a different response from the Chair, depending on the subject being debated, tone and other considerations, but in general the Chair will not tolerate accusations of lying or deliberately misleading the House. That is the long-standing practice of the House, as set out in Erskine May and followed by successive speakers and deputy speakers. Of course, long-standing practices may change. For example, if the House decided it wanted a different approach, perhaps informed by the Procedure Committee inquiry, but it's not for me to change the practice unilaterally. Therefore, I ask members to respect this approach. I know feelings run high on important issues we discuss, but there are plenty of ways of making strong feelings felt within the rules and without placing the Chair in the invidious position of having to order members to withdraw on seeking their suspension. Before we come to Prime Minister's questions, I'd like to point out that the British Sign Language interpretation of proceedings is available to watch on Parliament Live TV. I now call Esther McVeigh.
Question number 1, Mr. Speaker.
Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, this Sunday, Her Majesty the Queen will become the first British monarch to celebrate a Platinum Jubilee. While it is a moment for national celebration, it will be a day of mixed emotions for Her Majesty, as, of course, the day also marks 70 years since the death of her beloved father, George VI. I know that the whole House will want to join me in thanking Her Majesty for her tireless service. We look forward to celebrating her historic reign with a series of national events in June. Mr. Speaker, this morning I had meetings with ministerial colleagues and others. In addition to my duties in this House, I shall have further such meetings later today.
Esther McVeigh.
On Monday, the Secretary of State for Health said mandatory vaccinations would be subject to a consultation. So can the Prime Minister make it clear, unequivocally, no ifs, no buts, no qualifications, that mandatory vaccinations for NHS staff will be abandoned? Will he also make it clear that is true for care workers as well, many of whom have already lost their jobs? So what support will the government be giving to get those care workers back into the care sector, and will those who've lost their jobs get compensation?
Minister.
I thank my right honourable friend very much for her thoughtful work on this. I want to stress that vaccines remain our best line of defence, and I do think that NHS staff and all those who work in the care sector have a professional responsibility to get vaccinated, Mr. Speaker. But as my right honourable friend, the Health Secretary, told the House on Monday, given the difference between Omicron and Delta, it is right, and she is right, that we revisit the balance of risks and opportunities, Mr. Speaker. The Health Secretary has said we'll launch a consultation, and subject to the responses and the will of this House, Mr. Speaker, the government will revoke the regulations.
We now come to the Leader of the Opposition, the Right Honourable Keir Starmer.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And following your opening remarks, I just want to say to the members opposite Theirs is the party of Winston Churchill. Our parties stood together as we defeated fascism in Europe. Now their leader stands in the House of Commons parroting the conspiracy theories of violent fascists to try and score cheap political points. He knows exactly what he is doing. It's time to restore some dignity. Mr. Speaker, one of the most absurd claims made on behalf of Operation Save Big Dog is the Prime Minister and the Chancellor writing in the Sunday Times that they are the tax-cutting Conservatives. Why do these alleged tax cutters keep raising taxes on working people?
Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, on his first point, I don't want to make heavy weather of this, but I am informed that in 2013, the right honourable gentleman apologised and took full responsibility for what had happened on his watch, and I think, Mr. Speaker, that was the right thing to do. And Mr. Speaker, on what we're doing to tackle cost of living and taxation, Mr. Speaker, our COVID recovery plan is absolutely vital in helping people with the cost of living, lifting up universal credit payments, Mr. Speaker, by cutting the tax that people effectively pay, lifting the living wage, Mr. Speaker, helping councils with another £500 million for those who are facing particular hardship, Mr. Speaker. But what we're also doing, and this is absolutely vital, is increasing the number of high-wage, high-skill jobs in this country. 420,000 more on the payroll than there were before the pandemic began, because we've had the fastest exit from COVID of any European economy, Mr. Speaker, because we had the fastest vaccine and booster rollout.
Mr. Speaker, it's not just the national insurance rise. Thresholds for income tax frozen, a stealth tax on working people. The threshold for tuition fees frozen, a stealth tax on working people. Local authorities forced to increase council tax, a stealth tax on working people. You can be as stealthy as you like, but you can't hide reality. We have the highest tax burden for 70 years during the middle of an inflation crisis. So I ask the Prime Minister again, why do he and the Chancellor keep raising taxes on working people?
Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, what we are doing is helping people with the cost of living, cutting taxes for those on universal credit, Mr. Speaker, as I have said. Helping people with the cost of their fuel, Mr. Speaker, with the cold weather payments, the warm homes payments, Mr. Speaker, doing all the things that this country would expect, lifting the living wage, which this party, Mr. Speaker, introduced. This government has increased by the record amount, Mr. Speaker. And above all, the most important thing that we are doing is helping people into work. 500,000 people off welfare into work under our Way to Work scheme. More people in work now than before the pandemic began, and that is the record of this government. Labour, never forget, Mr. Speaker, there's never been a Labour government that left office with unemployment lower than when they entered. Check that out,
Mr. Speaker. Lots of words, lots of bluster, no answers. Word of warning. Word of warning, Prime Minister. That's not going to work with the police. I'll tell him why they're putting taxes up. Low growth. In the decade of Tory government before the pandemic, growth slumped. It was much, much weaker than under the last Labour government. If the Tories matched our record on growth, we would have £30 billion more to spend on public services without having to raise a single tax. Mr. Speaker, surely even this Prime Minister doesn't need someone else to tell him that he and the Chancellor are having to raise taxes because the Tories failed to grow the economy over a decade.
No, Mr. Speaker, I think everybody in this country can see that we've been through the biggest pandemic for 100 years. that we've looked after the people of this country to the tune of £400 billion that we've put into furlough and all the other schemes. 11.7 million people protected. Everybody knows the cost of that, Mr. Speaker. And at the same time, in spite of all the difficulties that we have faced, we have now got the fastest growth in the G7. Absolutely true. We've got youth unemployment. We've got youth unemployment at a record low, Mr. Speaker. We've got 3 times as much tech investment coming into this country as there is in France, twice as much as there is in Germany. Yes, that's absolutely true, Mr. Speaker. And never forget, if you want to know about Labour economics, never forget the last time they were in office, Mr. Speaker, when they were finally booted out, they left a note saying there's no money left. That's the way they run the country, Mr. Speaker.
Here's Summer.
Mr. Speaker, the UK...
Some people won't be getting more because they won't be here to hear it, so Keir Starmer.
Mr. Speaker, the UK has suffered the worst economic crisis in the G7. The Prime Minister has more chance of persuading the public that he didn't hold any parties than he has of persuading them that the economy is booming. High taxes are not just the result of low growth. Under this government, we've seen a pandemic of waste and fraud. From the Prime Minister's yacht to government contracts for mates of ministers, they've treated taxpayers as an ATM machine for their mates and their lifestyles. Now we find, Mr. Speaker, they've written off £8.7 billion on PPA, and the Chancellor's writing off £4.3 billion in fraud. That's enough to cover the tax hike he's inflicting on working people. So why did this government block the National Crime Agency from investigating all the billions they lost to fraud?
Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, of course we despise fraud and those who steal from the taxpayer, and that's why we've already recovered £743 million in lost furlough money, Mr. Speaker, £2.2 billion that was stolen in bounce-back loans, and we will go on. But I have to tell you, Mr. Speaker, that I am proud of what this government and this country did in securing record quantities of PPE and record time, Mr. Speaker, in furloughing and looking after the entirety of British business and society in the way that we did, Mr. Speaker. And once again, Captain Hindsight comes to this House and attacks the government for doing exactly what he urged us to do 18 months ago. Mr. Speaker, it so happens that I found a letter. I've been rustling in my notes, Mr. Speaker, and I found a letter which I will place for your convenience in the House, in the library of the House, Mr. Speaker, from the Shadow Chancellor to my right honourable friend, the Secretary of State for Deluxe, suggesting that we could secure PPE supplies. This is on April the 22nd, 2020. Secure PPE supplies from from a theatrical costumier, and that we could get ventilators from a professional football agent, Mr. Speaker. No wonder under Labour, fraud was running at £21 billion per year, Mr. Speaker. I'm proud of what this government did to secure PPE, and I'm proud of the way we protected this country.
Keir Starmer. Who wants to be the first to leave? Please put your hand up, because I'm going to pick one of you. Keir Starmer.
Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister might want to sharpen how he answers questions under interview. He's going to need it in the next few weeks. Waste and low growth explain why we have high taxes, but they don't explain why it's always working people that are asked to pay more. Yesterday, he ordered his troops not to support a windfall tax on oil and gas companies. As a result, the country is missing out on over £1 billion we could have used to cut taxes on energy bills for working people. Today, he's ordering his troops to vote for tax cuts for banks. As a result, the country is missing out on another £1 billion we could have spent cutting taxes for working people. Why are the Chancellor and the Prime Minister protecting oil companies and bank profits while putting taxes up on working people?
Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, let's just get to the heart of what this is all about. this is all about dealing with the consequences of the biggest pandemic this country has seen, with an unprecedented economic crisis in which the state had to come forward and look after the people of this country to the tune of £408 billion. But everybody can see the fiscal impacts of that. Shall I tell you what this government and this country is voting for and what we're doing? We're investing now in 45,000 more NHS workers, more people in our NHS this year than there were last year. 10,000 more nurses, 10,900 more nurses, about 5,000 more doctors, 9 million more scans, 100 community diagnostics hubs to help people to get the scans and treatment they need. And the incredible thing, the lamentable thing is that the party opposite, the party of Nye Bevan, Mr. Speaker, voted against those funds, voted against that investment, and they would have made our COVID recovery impossible.
What? Keir Starmer.
Mr. Speaker, for all the bluster, the truth is the Conservative Party are the party of high taxes because they're the party of low growth. They are the party of high taxes because they're the party of eye-watering waste. Mr. Speaker, we know this Prime Minister has no respect for decency or honesty. I can take it when it's aimed at me, but I won't accept it when he gaslights the British public, writing absurd articles about cutting taxes at a time when he's squeezing working people to the pips. Isn't it the case, Mr. Speaker, that he and his Chancellor are the Tory Thelma and Louise, hand in hand, as they drive the country off the cliff and into the abyss of low growth and high tax?
Mr. Gullis, I think you've been trilled for long enough and you don't want to be trilled anymore. And that is the last comment I have, or otherwise I will ring your mother. Keir Starmer.
Isn't it true, Mr. Speaker, that he and the Chancellor are the Tory Thelma and Louise, hand in hand as they drive the country off the cliff and into the abyss of low growth and high tax?
Prime Minister.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I think the right honourable gentleman is Dick Dastardly and Muttley. Both of them pulling in different directions. We know they have different views, Mr. Speaker. We are getting on with the job, Mr. Speaker. And just in the last few days, and of course, I think it's absolutely extraordinary that they've done nothing to support our COVID recovery plan. They voted against our plans to support the NHS. But what we're doing, just in the last few days, while he's been fixated on the issues that he's absolutely determined to escalate, what we've done, we've opened free ports across the country just in the last few days. We're getting 500,000 people off welfare into work with our Way to Work plan. In just a few short minutes, Mr. Speaker, I hope he will hang around, because he will hear my right honourable friend, the Secretary of State for Levelling Up, deliver the long-awaited Levelling Up white paper, full of good stuff, including 55 education investment areas across our country. A wonderful moral and economic mission to level up and give opportunity across the whole country. A fantastic vision for this country, Mr. Speaker. They have nothing of the kind to offer the people of this country. Mr. Speaker, while we are getting on with coming out of COVID with the fastest economic recovery in the G7, the fastest. He would have kept us in lockdown, Mr. Speaker. We're fixing the NHS. We're fixing the NHS and social care when they voted against it, and they have no plan. And we are, well, Mr. Speaker, we are building a coalition. We are building a coalition.
Just a minute. Prime Minister, I'm this way, not that way. Maybe Specsavers might be the answer to see where I am. And can I just say, Dame Caroline Dinage is desperate to get the next question to you. Dame Diana Caroline Dinage.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to, first of all, give my condolences to the Right Honourable Member for Camberwell and Peckham and say how good it is to see her back in her place. Mr. Speaker, Sophie Farrell was just 10 years old when she died in September. Childhood cancer is often described as rare, yet cancer is the biggest killer of children under 14. Sophie's GP failed to diagnose her cancer, and it was only when she went to A&E that they discovered the tumour in her little body that was 12 centimetres long. So, Mr. Speaker, on World Cancer Day on Friday, I would like to ask the Prime Minister to please advocate for more and better training for general practice to identify cancer in children.
Prime Minister.
I thank my honourable. I'm very sorry to hear of Sophie's case, and my thoughts are with her family and her friends. And she's right that research is crucial in tackling childhood cancers. That's why we're investing in more research. But it's also vital that we do tests and diagnostic scans and screens early enough, and that's why it's also important that NICE has not only updated its guidance on referring childhood cancers in February February last year, but we're investing in 100 new diagnostic centres in community hubs.
I now come to the Leader of the SNP, Ian Blackford.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'm sure that you and the rest of the House will want to join me in celebrating and supporting World Cancer Day. Mr. Speaker, just in relation to your earlier statement, I have a difficulty reconciling the Prime Minister's version of events with other evidence, and as you know, I have a duty to reflect and represent the deep, deep public anger with the Prime Minister. That said, Mr. Speaker, I respect the absolute impartiality that you take in your role, and I want to set on the record that I respect both you and the authority of the Chair. Mr. Speaker, this morning the Telegraph newspaper revealed that the Prime Minister attended a party in his flat on the 13th of November 2020. The Prime Minister previously told the House that no party took place. The police are now investigating this party, and we face a very real prospect of a sitting Prime Minister being questioned under caution and being fined in office. And if he is questioned, Mr. Speaker, he must go. If he's fined, he must resign. Mr. Speaker, you'll agree that the House should not be treated with contempt. So can the Prime Minister... here we go again. So can the Prime Minister update the House on his whereabouts on the evening of the 13th of November? Surely, Mr. Speaker, he doesn't need to wait for an investigation to tell us exactly where he was.
Prime Minister.
Well, Mr. Speaker, here we go again, says the right honourable gentleman opposite, and I must say those are entirely my feelings. He asked exactly the same questions as I recall in the chamber a few days ago. He knows, Mr. Speaker, that the process must go on, but I can tell him what's been going on in Downing Street, Mr. Speaker. In November and throughout, we've been delivering the fastest vaccine and booster rollout anywhere in Europe. We've been getting people back into work, Mr. Speaker. We've been getting people back into work, Mr. Speaker, and we've been helping to bring the West together to defy what I think is completely unacceptable threats and intimidation from the Putin regime against Ukraine. And that's what we've been doing.
Ian Blackford.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I mean, that was a disgraceful response. And I have to say to the Prime Minister, he should read the room and he should see some of the faces on his colleagues' faces. He has lost it. Mr. Speaker, we've now reached the ridiculous scenario of a Prime Minister who can't even tell us where he was. He lives in a world where he thinks everything is owed to him, and he never pauses to think what he owes to the public. The Prime Minister is now a dangerous distraction at home and a running joke on the international stage. What does it tell the Prime Minister and the public that in the morning that he has returned from Ukraine, the chair of the Defence Select Committee has submitted a letter of no confidence in him?
Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, what it tells me that it is more vital than ever for the government of this country to get on with the job, deliver our COVID recovery plan, and that is what we are doing.
Virginia Crosby.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to say thank you to the Prime Minister for visiting my Honest Mourne constituency, where he saw firsthand the enormous beneficial impact a new nuclear plant will know it could have if built on Anglesey. Nuclear power must play a role if we are to meet our carbon and net zero commitments, level up and combat rising energy prices. Does my right honourable friend agree that the rapid deployment of nuclear technology must be a priority for this government? And if so, will my right honourable friend commit to financing a nuclear plant at the Wilver site this Parliament?
Well, it was a great joy to visit my honourable friend's constituency, where I believe she is known as Atomic Kitten, or so she informed me, Mr. Speaker, and she outlined in great detail her plans for Wilfer. It's a fantastic vision, a fantastic site, and it remains a very interesting and attractive prospect for new nuclear power.
Colin Eastman.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm not sure if the Prime Minister has noticed, but while he's been partying, working families in Northern Ireland have lost £1,000 from their universal credit. Their national insurance has been put up by this government, and their energy bills are going through the roof. He's very fond of telling us that we're all in this together. Isn't it the truth, Mr. Speaker, that this Prime Minister has only ever been in it for himself and his rich mates?
No, Mr. Speaker, I'm in it to serve my country and the entire United Kingdom. And I'm also proud that we've had the biggest investment in Northern Ireland since devolution began, and we've cut taxation on universal credit.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. South Western Railway has totally cut off Dorset, Somerset, most of Wiltshire and Devon from its direct rail services to London, as well as slashing our service in half, most of which is totally unnecessary. Will my right honourable friends support me and my neighbouring colleagues in getting direct services back to West Dorset and having a timetable that's fit for our region?
Prime Minister.
I want to thank my honourable friend very much for his question, and he knows whereof he speaks. He is an expert in this subject, Mr. Speaker, and he's lobbied very effectively for his constituents and reflected their frustrations. And I'm told that the timetable is expected to return to December 2021 levels from Saturday, the 19th of February.
Alex Sherbel.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I was out this weekend speaking to a constituent who has a cold and leaky house. She has seen her bills already go up from £100 to £170 a month. The government have failed to insulate her house and failed to control her fuel bills. Bribing people with their own money is no plan. The Prime Minister has no plan to cut VAT, no plan to get the oil and gas industry to contribute. Another constituent who voted for the Prime Minister went further and called him despicable. What use is a Prime Minister who has no plan for families struggling with the cost of living and has lost the trust of the people of this country?
Prime Minister. Well, Mr. Speaker, he talks about cutting VAT. I wonder whether he voted for Brexit and our ability to cut VAT. Perhaps he could indicate, Mr. Speaker, what we're doing, which we delivered, Mr. Speaker, and whose anniversary we celebrated on Monday. And what we're doing, Mr. Speaker, is, and I sympathise very much with his constituent, and I understand the pressures that people are facing on the cost of living. But what we've got to do is invest in and then protect them, and we're putting £12 billion worth of support and financial help for families in hardship this year, and it's absolutely vital after the pandemic. But the most important thing is to have a jobs-led economic recovery. And in case I failed to make myself clear before you wound me up, Mr. Speaker, that's why we have the fastest economic growth in the G7.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Greater Manchester Mayoral Clean Air Zone scheme, effectively a congestion charge affecting all 500 square miles of Greater Manchester, including my constituents in Lee, is a job-destroying tax on ordinary workers. We all want clean air, but the model proposed by Mayor Burnham is unworkable and economically devastating. With charges of £60 per day per lorry driver. Taxis
white van men, even buses will be caught by it.
Typical Labour.
Will the PM intervene to prevent Mayor Burnham from inflicting this disastrous Labour scheme on Greater Manchester?
I know from my own experience how vital it is when you're trying to clean up air in a great city that you do not unjustly penalise business, and particularly small businesses. And it's become clear that the scheme proposed by the Labour Mayor in Manchester is completely unworkable, will do more damage to businesses and residents in Manchester. So we must find an alternative, Mr. Speaker, that doesn't punish local residents. And my right honourable friend, the Secretary of State for the Environment, will be saying more about this in the coming days.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If the Prime Minister receives a penalty fixed notice for attending a party or hosting a party during lockdown, will he inform the House and will he resign?
Yes. Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, of course I will comply with the law, but I've got to wait for the process to be concluded.
Ian Levy. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Since being elected, my fabulous constituency of Blythe Valley is really seeing the green shoots of prosperity. Government support is a green revolution in Blythe Valley. However, with such growth, the increased congestion on our roads, we are in desperate need of upgrades to the road infrastructure. Would my right honourable friend please meet with me to discuss the urgent problem and help Blythe Valley out of the ever-increasing traffic jam? Thank you.
Prime Minister. My honourable friend is the best champion that Blythe could possibly have. And he does a quite amazing job. And I want to thank him in particular, Mr. Speaker, for helping to secure the British Volt Gigafactory in Blythe. Absolutely amazing investment. And I understand that, of course, growth and prosperity bring their challenges when it comes to congestion on our roads. We have to tackle that. We're working with the Council on a bid for the Blythe Relief Road, and I'll make sure that my honourable friend gets a meeting with the Transport Secretary to discuss it further.
Rachel Bascom.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The problem with a distracted Prime Minister is that he makes the wrong choices. While he's been living it up, many of my constituents are living on the breadline as food, energy and taxes shoot up. In York, the rent prices are the highest now in the north and some of the highest in the country. And York is now in the top 10 places in the country where there is a cost of living crisis, pushing my constituents further into poverty and debt. So when is he going to stop protecting himself and start protecting my constituents?
So, Mr. Speaker, one of the first things I did when I became Prime Minister was to ensure that we looked after people on low incomes by increasing local housing allowance, Mr. Speaker, by increasing the living wage, not once but twice, and by record amounts, Mr. Speaker, and of course by doing what we've now done with universal credit. But the most important, I really think the House needs to get this, but the most important thing about the UK economy right now is that we have a strong jobs-led recovery, and that is what is going to drive up wages and drive up productivity and drive up growth, and that is what this government is delivering.
So Desmond Swain.
Will he brief us on his visit to Ukraine?
Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I thank my honourable friend very much, and in very briefly, Mr. Speaker, I can tell the House that the mission was to, as I hope everybody will support, was to stand shoulder to shoulder with Ukraine, for the House, for our country to show that we stand with the people of Ukraine and we stand for the sovereign and territorial integrity of Ukraine at a very difficult time, because there are on the borders of Ukraine, as everybody knows, about 125,000 Russian troops massing. The situation is very perilous. And the job of the UK is to lead the West in bringing together the most important countries in creating a package of economic sanctions that will deter President Putin from what I believe would be a disastrous miscalculation, and also to strengthen our support for the Ukrainian people and indeed the Ukrainian army. And we're doing that. We're supplying lethal but defensive weaponry as well as training to the Ukrainians. And that is greatly appreciated. But I must say that the situation remains risky, Mr. Speaker, and it is vital that diplomacy finds a way forward.
Thomas.
Mr. Speaker, on a related issue, after the publication of the Russia report, the Prime Minister claimed tackling illicit finance and driving dirty money and money launderers out of the UK is a priority. His warnings to Mr. Putin of late would surely have carried more bite if he'd actually used the 18 months since publication of the Russia report to legislate for an economic crime act to stop the flow of dirty money for Russia. Why hasn't he prioritised this issue of national security?
Minister. Mr. Speaker, contrary to some of the myths that are peddled, this government has come down very hard on dirty money from Russia and everywhere else. That's why we brought in the unexplained wealth orders and indeed China, Mr. Speaker, which they might like to consider. That's why we have sanctions on Russia following what they did in Crimea in 2014. We have Magnitsky sanctions on everybody involved in the poisoning of Alexei Navalny. And to his point, Mr. Speaker, we are bringing forward the economic crime bill so that it will take place, it will be voted on in the third session of this Parliament.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Despite the best efforts of the opposition, 2 years ago this week, this government delivered the democratic decision to leave the European Union. And despite there being a global pandemic in the 2 years since, over 70 free trade agreements have been signed. However, as we recover, there are many more opportunities that can be realised. So will the Prime Minister commit to appointing a minister responsible for realising those Brexit freedoms and benefits that will boost all of our constituencies?
Mr. Speaker, you can hear from the chuntering opposite that they still want to take this thing back. They still want to cancel Brexit, Mr. Speaker. But it was thanks to Brexit very largely that we had the fastest vaccine rollout in Europe, Mr. Speaker, and we've been able to deliver our free ports, Mr. Speaker, and we've been able to do 60 or 70 free trade deals around the world. And yes, Mr. Speaker, I'm not going to anticipate any decisions I may make about the government, but I certainly think it would be a good idea to have a minister driving that post-Brexit agenda.
Thank you. Let's just recap, Mr. Speaker. Before we were told we must wait for the Sue Gray report, then we were told we must wait for the police investigation to conclude. There was no party, and then if there was a party, I wasn't there. Then, well, if there was a party, then all rules were followed. But no one, Prime Minister, believes you. And if any of the above were true, why did Allegra Stratton have to resign?
Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I explained that sad matter on the floor of the House, and nobody wanted Allegra to resign. And I was very sad that she did.
Simon Jupp.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My constituent, Ginty Sheeran from Exmouth, has launched a campaign to get a dedicated menopause clinic in Devon. Women in East Devon currently face a 120-mile round trip to get to the nearest specialist menopause clinic. It's not good enough, is it?
No.
Will my right honourable friend outline what steps the government is taking to improve access to menopause services in Devon and the South West?
Prime Minister.
Well, I thank my honourable friend for raising this very important campaign, and we are committed to improving menopause care so that all women can have access to the support they need and to manage the symptoms. Menopause will be a priority within our women's health strategy, and we're committed to establishing a UK-wide menopause task force, Mr. Speaker.
Dame Angela Riedel.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If the Prime Minister needs a Metropolitan Police inquiry to tell him whether he attended a party on the 13th of November in his own Downing Street flat, Why should we believe that he's a fit and proper person to have his hand on the button of our independent nuclear deterrent?
Prime Minister.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I hesitate to remind the right honourable lady, but she campaigned actively to install a Prime Minister who wanted to get rid of our nuclear deterrent altogether.
Mark Isworth.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Prime Minister, the Government and our NHS have done an amazing job with the vaccine rollout, making it a resounding success. Would my right honourable friend join me in thanking the wonderful NHS workers, volunteers and pharmacies who have worked so hard to help make this possible in Dewsbury, Mirfield, Kirkburn and Denbydale?
Prime Minister.
I thank my honourable friend, who does a fantastic job of representing his communities, and I want to thank all of them, Mr. Speaker, everybody involved in the rollout in Dewsbury, in Mirfield, in Kirkburton and in Denbydale, Mr. Speaker, because it was an extraordinary national effort, and anybody who visited a vaccine centre will know that feeling of pride in what was happening, that feeling of energy in a collective effort to make our society and our country literally healthier day by day. And I thank all of them, Mr. Speaker, from the bottom of my heart.
That's the end of PMQ, so those who wish to leave, please do so quietly and quickly. Very good. We now come to tributes to Jack Drummond. Jack made his mark long before he came into this House, in particular as a fearless, energetic trade unionist. I remember campaigning with him in the 80s and the 90s to save the Royal Ordnance factory in Chorley. He was positive, down to earth and determined to help working with people, characteristics which remained with him and throughout his career. And I've got to say, somebody who knew Jack and worked with Jack, he was innovative, he was absolutely visionary, that we sat down upon a closure where thousands of jobs are going to go. And Jack said, we're in this together, we will stand shoulder to shoulder with the people whose jobs are at risk. And he said, we've got to look beyond what kills people. We can do something different. Let us look for alternatives that saves people's lives. The expertise that was in Royal Ordnance Chorley was second to none. Of course, we've got to fight for the jobs in the first place. It came a choice between Glascoid and Chorley. And Jack said, with the land values, we know where British Aerospace will be. But in the end, we came up with real alternatives. We'd seen the Lockerbie, we'd seen the destruction and the loss of life. And in Chorley, they designed a cargo that stopped the plane coming down. That was the vision of Jack, who said, if we can't save the jobs in making bombs, let us save jobs by finding an alternative to save life. So that's my personal experience of Jack Drummond. I knew him on other occasions, but I've got to say, he was inspirational to me, and he's been inspirational to many others in this House. Since his election to this House in 2010, he proved to be an exemplary member of Parliament. He was assiduous and effective campaigner for his constituents. As a frontbencher, he was trusted to lead for the party, in particular sensitive areas such as housing, policing, pensions, and most recently, immigration. While he was a robust frontbencher, he always demonstrated respect for his opponents and was well liked and admired across the House. Nobody could fall out with Jack Drummond. While we mourn a colleague, it is Jack's family who will, of course, feel the loss more deeply. I know the whole House will join me in expressing our condolences to the mother of the House, the Right Honourable Member for Camberwell and Peckham. Harriet, I know that all members of this House will join me in saying to you and your family that we're so sorry for your loss. And it is a sad loss for this House. I will now take brief points of order to allow tributes from esteemed colleagues. I now call the Prime Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On the 7th of January, this House suffered the loss of the Honourable Member for Birmingham and Erdington, Jack Dramey, and it is right that we should come together now in tribute to his memory. Let me offer my condolences on behalf of the whole government to the mother of the House, the Right Honourable Member for Camberwell and Peckham, and her family. Although Jack and I may have come from different political traditions, I knew him as a man of great warmth and energy and compassion. And I can tell the House that one day Jack was driving, a very hot day, Jack was driving in Greece when he saw a family of British tourists, footsore, bedraggled, sunburned, with the children on the verge of mutiny against their father. And experience, I understand. And he stopped the car, Mr. Speaker, and invited them all in, even though there was barely any room. And I will always be grateful for his kindness, because that father was me, and he drove us quite a long way, Mr. Speaker. Jack had a profound commitment to helping all those around him and those he served. And he commanded the utmost respect across the House. He'll be remembered as one of the great trades unionists of our time, a veteran of the Grunwick picket lines, which he attended with his future wife, where they campaigned alongside the mainly Asian female workforce at the Grunwick Film Processing Laboratory. And having married someone who would go on to become, in his words, the outstanding parliamentary feminist of her generation, Jack became, again, in his words, Mr. Harriet Harman née Dramey. He was rightly proud of the achievements of the Right Honourable Member for Camberwell and Peckham. But we should also remember today his own contribution to this House during his 11 years as the member for Birmingham Erdington. He was a fantastic local campaigner who always had the next cause, the next campaign, the next issue to solve. And I was struck by the moving tribute from his son, Joe, who described how Jack was always furiously scribbling his ideas and plans in big letters on lined paper, getting through so much that when Ocado totted up their sales of that particular paper one year, they ranked Jack as their #1 customer across the whole of the United Kingdom. And he combined that irrepressible work ethic with a pragmatism and spirit of cooperation, Mr. Speaker, which you have just so well described. So Jack would work with anyone if it was in the interests of his constituents. As Andy Street, the Conservative Mayor of the West Midlands, remarked, he was a great collaborator, always able to put party differences aside for the greater good. Birmingham has lost a dedicated servant, and we have all lost a generous, inclusive friend who set a fine example. So while Jack once said that he was born on the left and would die on the left, I can say that he will be remembered with affection and admiration by people on the right as well as the left, and in the middle, Mr. Speaker. And our country is all the better for everything he gave in the service of others.
Leader of the Opposition, Keir Starmer.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Since the sudden passing of our friend Jack, tributes from every walk of life have captured the essence of the man we knew and loved. Larger than life, bursting with enthusiasm and ideas, and tireless in the pursuit of justice and fairness. Jack channeled all those attributes into representing the people of Erdington, a lifetime of campaigning for working people, and his greatest love, his family. The loss felt on these benches is great. The loss to public life, greater still. But the greatest loss is felt by another of our own, the member for Camberwell and Peckham. She and Jack were married the best part of 40 years ago. Now, the AGM of the Fulham Legal Advice Centre may not sound like the place to find romance. But that's where Jack and Harriet met. Jack addressing the meeting, and Harriet inspired to blaze a new trail, one that eventually led her to the place she holds today as an icon of the Labour Party and of this Parliament. When you hear Harriet talk about Jack, one word comes through time and time again: encouraged. It was Jack who encouraged her to join Brent Law Centre. It was Jack who encouraged her to stand as an MP, the first pregnant by-election candidate. It was Jack who encouraged her to run to be the Labour Party deputy leader. And when Harriet became the first woman in 18 years to answer questions at PMQs, it was Jack who sat in the visitors' gallery with their children, beaming down with love and admiration. And I'm so glad to see Jack's family here today, beaming down with the same love and affection and pride. The sense, Mr. Speaker, that Jack was always on your side is felt across this party and across the trade union movement. You can always get a measure of someone by how they treat their staff or those who rely on them. One of his former employees has said that whenever they met new people, he would always say that she was the real brains of the operation and he was merely the bag carrier. His humility, his sense of humour were legendary. Shortly after Harriet's book came out, a staffer had a copy of it on their desk. Jack roared with laughter as he saw a photo of himself in his 20s, Mr. Speaker, barely recognisable, with a prodigious thick beard. Good grief, he explained. What was Harriet thinking? What, putting the picture in the book? Replied the staffer. No, Jack said. Marrying me. I was fortunate enough to work alongside Jack when I was a new MP in 2015. And our friendship endured. And as I gave a speech in Birmingham just a few weeks ago, Mr. Speaker, it was Jack's face that I saw in the audience beaming up at me. He texted me the next day saying how much he'd enjoyed it. And that was 2 days before he died, which brings home the shock of his sudden, tragic passing. Jack cut his teeth as a campaigner who spoke truth to power. He picked battles on behalf of working people. Then he won them. It would be impossible to list all those victories today. He led the first equal pay strike after the Equal Pay Act was brought into law. He supported Asian women to unionise against a hostile management at Grunwick. And even this year, he campaigned for a public inquiry on behalf of COVID-bereaved families. Jack was a doughty campaigner, dubbed Jack of all disputes, feared by his opponents, but he was also deeply respected and liked across the political divide. Each and every one of us is richer for having known him. We will all miss him terribly. The funeral service on Monday was beautiful and moving. Today our hearts go out to Harriet, to Joe, Amy, Harry, and Jack's grandchildren. The loss and grief they'll be feeling cannot be measured or properly described. It can't be wished away or pushed down and ignored. Because great grief is the price we pay for having had love. We all love Jack, and even though he may no longer be with us here, that love will always live on. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Father of the House, Sir Peter Bottomley.
Mr. Speaker, can I say, through you and through the mother of Amy, Joe and Harry, that the personal was very well covered in St Margaret's 2 days ago. The political has been covered by the press and by Gordon Brown when he spoke at the service. I'd like to contribute a parliamentary word and a trade union one. The parliamentary one is to Jack show what can be achieved if by chance you can't have ministerial office during your time here. And for those who come here thinking being a minister is the only thing that matters, they're wrong. Secondly, I believe that if we could have more people who've had serious, continued trade union experience coming into this House, House of Commons will be better for it. And I hope that won't just be on one side of the House.
We now come to the Leader of the SNP, Ian Blackford.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Over recent months, we've been forced to gather here far too often to remember colleagues who very sadly and very often suddenly been lost to this Parliament. Jack Dromey is another member of this House who has gone well before his time. On behalf of myself and my colleagues in the Scottish National Party, I want to extend our deepest sympathies who all knew and loved Jack. My thoughts, of course, are most especially with the Mother of the House. She has lost a constant companion who has been at her side all this time. She and the family bear the biggest burden of the loss of someone who was at the very centre of all their lives. I would also like to extend sympathy to Jack's beloved party, because we all know he was a Labour man through and through. I will also remember Jack as one of the fightiest campaigners in this place, a man rooted in trade union politics, rooted in the rights of workers, and a man who never lost an ounce of that spirit when he entered this Parliament. That fighting spirit extended to causes and campaigns far and wide, and I know that it extended to strikes and in protests in Scotland too. He was a true friend of Scottish workers and a champion of workers everywhere. Jack was true to the cause. That's probably why he was so good at working cross-party and winning support and friendship across this place. My friend, a former member of this place, Neil Gray, worked very closely on the pensions bill, and he still speaks so fondly about Jack's determination and his passion to make sure that that bill was amended. He would often bound up the stairs to my office to seek my and my party's support for various campaigns, not just for him, but for more often support for Harriet. Mr Speaker, I'll finish by sharing one story I read about Jack, which I thought was both very telling and very touching. Apparently, a few years ago, a great admirer of the Mother of the House from the feminist movement approached Jack and said, "I always feel a bit nervous around Harriet. I'm so in awe of her." Only for Jack to reply, "Me too." Even after all these years. Today, we can assure Jack and his family that many of us were in awe of him too. We deeply admired the way he conducted himself and the way that he carried himself every day of his life. He left his gentle mark on so many, and he will be greatly missed. And may he now rest in peace. God bless you, Jack.
I now come to Gail.
Thank you, Mr Speaker, for allowing me exceptionally to speak from the front bench on what is a very difficult occasion. What an honour, my dear Jack, and what a sadness it is to speak of the friend I got to know from the other side of the aisle. For 3 years, Jack was the Shadow Pensions Minister. We became close. We would meet and talk and plan and sometimes agree to disagree, but always with equanimity. Politics is adversarial, heated. The media encourages, in fact demands of us, to be aggressive and mean-spirited. Jack did not play that game. Others have spoken of his decades of work for the union movement, of his being a loving father and a devoted husband, or even his management of truculent children on a deserted Greek road. What I want to talk about are two things. He is the best example I know in 11 years in the House of Commons of cross-party working. Many used to joke about how often I would exchange texts with Jack. We worked together and we got results. I would give him briefings on all future legislation, ongoing inquiries and difficult issues. Mr Speaker, that requires a lot of trust. And such trust can go wrong, as we all know. But he never used confidences unfairly or for quick political gain. I believe we and this House works better for such a thing. During the process of the Pension Schemes Bill, we spoke or sent text each other, I counted it up, over 110 times. Without his help, the bill, and particularly things like the collective defined contributions and the work with the Transport and General Workers Union, would not have happened as it did. And secondly, I want to talk of his kindness and generosity of spirit. My children died in childbirth in June 2020. And I want to share with the House about what he said when I tried to return to work, as we had 2 bills to do that autumn, and he saw I was struggling at this dispatch box on the 29th of June. He sent a text to me afterwards, and I wanted to share it with the House. Guy, I know we both have a job to do, but I was not comfortable today. I feel for you and your wife, my friend. We will build work around you. My thoughts are with you. Please take your time. Best wishes, Jack. Jack Dromey was, in my opinion, a man made in the Teddy Roosevelt spirit. Kind but combative, passionate but polite, always in the arena, always striving for the benefit of others, and there can be no finer compliment than saying that the man in the arena quote, which is my favourite, applies utterly and totally to him. Farewell, my friend. It was an honour to know you.
Yeah. Dame Margaret Hodge.
Mr. Speaker, my husband Henry first introduced me to Jack and Harriet when we got together in the 70s. We were, as ever, at some conference. Jack was, as ever, preoccupied with fixing some vote, and I was in total awe of Harriet and Jack. Fortunately, I got the seal of approval, and we've been friends now for nearly 50 years. Those who knew him well know what a generous, kind, funny, enthusiastic, interested and interesting, loyal, unselfish and consistent friend Jack was. Jack's life was filled by his total passion for social justice, his tribal loyalty to the Labour Party, his consummate determination to be at the heart of any and every campaign that might help to make the world a better place, and his relentless optimism that he would always win. Jack's life achievements were so many, his campaigns so eclectic, it's impossible to capture everything in a short tribute. I want to focus on his work before becoming an MP. From Grunwick strike to fighting to maintain the Rosyth and Plymouth dockyards, from corralling the first ever equal pay strike at Trico, to observing the Luanda mercenary trials in Angola seeking to stop the execution of 3 British mercenaries, wherever there was injustice, Jack was there. I remember Jack in the 70s, leading the occupation of Centre Point in London, when London was littered with empty new office buildings while the homeless slept on the streets. I remember Jack in the 80s, when he bravely led the trade unions to oppose militant in Liverpool. In the 90s, when he served on Labour's NEC and worked to modernise the Labour Party and make us fit to govern. In the noughties, when he organised the cleaner strike here in Parliament when they were earning as little as £5 an hour. Finally, 2 personal memories. In all our fantastic, adventurous holidays together, whenever we arrived at a new destination, Jack's first question was always, "What's the Wi-Fi code?" He wasn't looking for a local restaurant. He wasn't finding a place for us to have a drink. His first priority was always, is everything okay in Erdington? And on New Year's Eve, we'd always have a sing-song, me playing the piano, everybody else singing. And each year, Jack, with his great singing voice, would give us a solo performance that harked back to his Irish roots of Danny Boy, with the women joining in to help him with a high note at the end. We always brought in the new year with our bang. Our grief at his loss is an expression of our love for the man. Jack will continue to live on in all our todays and tomorrows as we take forward the campaigns he worked on and enjoy the successes he achieved. Thank you, Jack, for everything and for just being you.
Andrew Mitchell.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's a privilege and an honour to speak today about Jack, who I'm proud to call my friend and colleague in this place. He was my parliamentary neighbour as his constituency inside Birmingham City ran alongside the royal town of Sutton Coldfield, and there were many mutual issues affecting our constituents on which we worked seamlessly, constructively and enjoyably together. Jack's arrival in Birmingham was somewhat unexpected, not least because those of us keenly watching the outcome of the selection contest had been advised that this was an all-woman shortlist, but we quickly established a rapport. The thing I learnt early on about Jack was that he was a brilliant negotiator. Faced with a brick wall, his instinct was not to pound his way through it, but to skillfully manoeuvre round it wherever possible. And he was ineffably charming and patient. He had a considerable knack locally of bringing people of different persuasions to common positions. He did it at times of great anxiety in the automotive industry in the West Midlands with Caroline Spellman, our former colleague from Meriden, and with West Midlands Mayor Andy Street, and most recently with me working on Afghans coming to Birmingham from Kabul. All of which leads me, Mr. Speaker, finally to a story about Jack's negotiating powers, and forgive me for name-dropping, Mr. Speaker, about his relationship with the Marquis of Salisbury, a former colleague in this place, Conservative Minister, and member for Dorset South, Robert Cranborne. When his lordship was Minister for Defence, he held regular meetings with the unions in Whitehall. These meetings sometimes ran for 4 hours. Meaningful results were slow in being achieved, but during particularly drawn-out moments, the Marquis, as he is now, would catch the eye of the then senior trade union negotiator, as he then was, Jack Dromey. After one such meeting, his lordship rang up Jack to suggest that it would perhaps be better if they sorted out the business beforehand, possibly over lunch, and to Robert's relief, Jack willingly agreed. Where should we go? Asked Jack, to which the Marquis replied, I wonder if you might like to come to White's, my club in St James's, to which Jack replied, I've always wanted to go there. And so affairs of state and the Ministry of Defence were congenially sorted out by these two distinguished public servants. On the first occasion, as various chiselled-featured members of the British establishment walked through the club's hallowed portals, Jack drank orange juice, but on the final occasion, after a particularly successful negotiation had been concluded, glasses of vintage port were consumed. And as he stepped out onto the street, Jack thanked his lordship for his kind hospitality, and as he left, over his shoulder said, by the way, please don't tell Harriet where we've been. And especially, do not mention the vintage port. For the avoidance of doubt, Mr. Speaker, I can, of course, confirm that this was a workplace event. Mr. Speaker, as we remember an adopted son of Birmingham, taken from us far, far too soon, let us remember the words of Harry, Jack and Harriet's son, who with both sadness and pride spoke of the quality, but not, alas, the quantity of the years they all had together.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I'd like to add to these tributes already paid the profound sympathies of both myself but all the Liberal Democrats who sit on these benches. As a relatively new member of the Commons, I confess I didn't know Jack that well. But what I did know, I really, really liked. I first met him in a mindfulness meditation class that he, the Right Honourable Member for Camberwell and Peckham, and I attended with other MPs as we sought to find some calm in the storm of the 2017-19 Parliament. I dare say, Mr. Speaker, it was at times hilariously awkward. And I remember Jack taking those classes with great humour. He oozed wisdom and kindness. And I think it was that shared experience that meant when we passed through the lobbies, we'd catch each other's eye, he'd ask me how I was, and he really meant it. And since his passing, I've learned that that kind man, who I liked so much, had that similar effect on pretty much everyone he met. The tributes today are proof of how respected he was across the whole political spectrum. And whilst a trade union man through and through, he was a pragmatist. He would work with anyone who could deliver his aims and shared his values. And part of his appeal and great strength was that he was so obviously driven by a deep desire to help people and also by his values. Quite simply, Mr. Speaker, Jack Dromey was one of the good guys. I think it says it all that he worked to the last. In that final debate on Afghanistan, he urged Parliament and the government to take a more compassionate approach to those in the world who need us the most. And in that final speech, he said, "Our country has a proud history of providing a safe haven to those fleeing persecution." And he spoke of our country's most fundamental values of decency, honesty, and fairness. Jack embodied those values. To the Right Honourable Member for Camberwell and Peckham, and to their children, Harry, Joe, Amy, and the whole family, there are no words. But I hope that in today's tributes, they can take some comfort in knowing the impact that Jack had and how he affected not just this House, but the whole country.
Thank you very much indeed, Mr. Speaker. Jack made a big impression as soon as he was elected to this place. In 2010, when he first came, he was appointed straight away to the front bench, and I was a rookie minister in the government, and he was appointed my shadow. I have to say this was a forbidding prospect, because Jack came with such a reputation, as the Leader of the Opposition attested to, of one of the big trade union leaders of his day, used to rallying mass meetings and getting his own way. So it was with a little trepidation that I committed myself to many days, in fact weeks, in the Localism Bill Committee, going head to head on this. But I was quickly to discover that Jack's success was based, as has been evidenced today, on his charm, his persuasion, and his very detailed and forensic mind. And he made a tremendous impact as we spent those many weeks together. In fact, so persuasive was Jack's oratory and his work in the committee that he incited my very first rebellion. And this was as the minister taking the bill through the committee, to the consternation of the whips, when his remarks were so persuasive that I could find no argument against the amendment he was putting forward, and declared that I would accept it. And we did, despite the fact that, as former ministers and indeed current ministers will know, that my speaking notes had in bold type and in capitals, "resist" to the amendment being said. So it is fair to say, it is objective to say that, that Jack's powers were simply, literally irresistible. Going on from that, my right honourable friend, member for the Royal Town of Sutton Coldfield, attested to Jack's brilliant work in forging alliances irrespective of party. He mentioned the work that he did with our former right honourable friend, Dame Caroline Spellman, his constituency neighbour. And they stood up in particular for manufacturing industry, interests that created jobs in their constituencies and across the West Midlands. And that joint work was vital during turbulent times when investment decisions were being considered, and to show the unity of purpose of the local MPs projected nationally was very important. Jack's lifetime of knowledge, experience and passion for manufacturing industry made him an authority carrying universal respect and the confidence of employers creating jobs. And so I was honoured when Jack asked me, after Caroline stepped down at the last election, to continue that partnership with him. And we met regularly with businesses and trade union leaders, not only in his beloved automotive sector, but also in aerospace, chemicals, life sciences and food and drink. And he is greatly missed by the leaders of those sectors. Ministers from the front bench and my honourable friend for Hexham, as well as the Prime Minister, have attested to what an effective advocate Jack was. But he achieved what he did through kindness, through enthusiasm, through optimism and encouragement, but not without drawing on his trade union skills of organisation and tenacity. His achievements and how he won them made him respected across this House and across the country. He does represent, as does the Right Honourable Lady, the very best of this House.
Crier.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Sorry, I'm just sorting out my glasses, which have become entangled in my mess. Can I start by saying that how great it is to see the mother of the house, our inspiration, Harriet, in the chamber today, along with her family. I knew Jack for years and years. We worked together. I could speak probably for the next 2 hours about all the campaigns we worked on. First as T&G officers in Transport and General Workers Union, then as MPs we were elected here at the same time. But there's a couple of campaigns that I want to talk about particularly. And the first one is, many people in this chamber will remember the campaign when Kraft took over Cadbury's. 7 factories were taken over by Kraft. And Jack led the trade union campaign to protect the jobs. A very successful campaign, by the way. And as part of that campaign that I got involved with in Jack's behest, we went to see the then business secretary, Peter Mandelson. But before the meeting, and this is just the sort of thing Jack would do, Jack discovered that Peter's favourite chocolate was fruit and nut. So we got a cardboard box roughly the size of Westminster Abbey. And we filled it with Cadbury's fruit and nut before we had this very, very constructive and successful meeting. I wonder why it was so constructive and successful with Peter Mandelson. Although I have to add that I remember before we went in, I remember saying to Jack, Peter's quite a lean sort of bloke. He obviously looks after himself. Do you think some of that chocolate might be surplus to requirements? So by the time we got into the meeting, the box was a bit lighter than was originally the case. The second campaign, and again it was successful, actually even more successful, was the campaign which is largely now forgotten, involving S&A Foods. Bear in mind the name S&A Foods, because that's going to be important. S&A were a big agricultural combine, largely producing strawberries, about 30% of the British strawberry market. And its workers were largely migrants, very badly exploited. And when I say a big workforce, I'm talking 4,000 to 5,000 people working on the land in the West Country picking strawberries, but just for 3 months a year, and very badly treated. Jack got involved in that campaign, as he always did. He threw everything, he worked his heart out on getting recognition, on getting better terms and conditions, and actually improving the lives of those thousands of people working on the land. And that became quite a big deal at the time. And I can remember Jack and I going to a meeting of Transport and General Workers members afterwards, and officers. And Jack always had about 50 things going on in his brain at the same time. You know, that's just the way he was. So as he rose to speak to the members, he wasn't really concentrating on his words. And he opened his speech by saying, right, what I want to talk to you now about is S&M. You could see all these pretty traditional, for those of you that knew the T&G, pretty traditional trade unionists, their faces dropping and going, what? And I was nudging Jack, saying, Jack, it's S&A, it's not S&M. That's something entirely different. I think. As I said at the beginning, I could talk at great length about all the campaigns I did together with Jack, and he was always an inspiration. He always led from the front, and he was very, very largely successful. I mean, he was one of the most successful trade union officers industrially that we've seen in the past probably 50, 60 years, something like that, and very often in difficult conditions. And there was one overriding aim that Jack had, and that was to improve the conditions and the lives of the people he and we represented. And in that, I think he was successful. And in that, I think he left the world better than he found it.
Mr. Crouch.
Mr. Speaker, I don't remember the first time I met Jack, but I think that's probably because when I did, I walked away feeling like I'd known him forever. He was gentle, sweet, and naturally mindful, by which I mean that unlike some colleagues, his eyes weren't darting around to see if there was someone more interesting or important to speak to. If you had his attention, you held his attention. To me, he was always so kind. He never defined me by my politics or my football team, but as a person. He always asked about my family, and whenever we had a conversation about my son Freddie, he would then regale me of tales and the occasional picture of his grandchildren, accompanied by a beaming smile and sparkling eyes. His adoration for his family was clear to see. Jack was exceptionally polite. Like a child who can spot an ice cream shop from a mile away, Jack, it seems, could spot a colleague who needed a confidence boost. He always had a word of praise for anyone downhearted about their performance in this place. A cheeky well done, a smile as you sat down, a kind tribute in his own comments. He was quite simply a lovely colleague. Now, I'm sure he was prone to arguing with the sat-nav or left his shoes in a perilously dangerous place, but from the outside, he looked like a pretty perfect husband. One who loyally and lovingly supported his wife at a time when Parliament was even more challenging for women than it is today. And I hope most of us think we have a Jack at home, but I still reckon he could have made a fortune giving consultancy on how to be the long-suffering but supportive male other half. This house has lost someone special, but my heart doesn't break for us. It breaks for the Right Honourable Lady for Camberwell and Peckham, his 3 children and grandchildren, and as I sit down and remember his warmth and gentleness, I send my love to them today.
Yeah. Jim Shelton.
It's a pleasure to add a contribution from my own party. Can first of all apologise. The Right Honourable Member for Lagan Valley is unable to be here. He lost his brother last week and the funeral was yesterday. So on behalf of my party, I wish to make some comments. First of all, when I came to this house in 2010, I had some relationships and experience in the council and also in the assembly, but I knew this was a bigger place and more MPs and more people. So you look about and you know who do you watch to learn the ropes and of the trade. And well, Jack Drummond was one of those people you looked at because he was a man that, from my opinion, whenever he spoke, Mr. Speaker, if you were leaving the chamber, you sat down because you wanted to hear what he was going to say. That was the sort of gentleman that he was. My last engagement with him, Mr. Speaker, would have been in Westminster Hall. That would be a surprise to people out in Westminster Hall. but I was. And on that day, Jack Drummond was there as a shadow spokesperson to speak on the Afghan Citizen Resettlement Scheme. We had a very good debate and a good response from the Minister. And afterwards, as I always do, and others do as well, Mr. Speaker, I went up and I thanked him for his contribution. It was a significant contribution on a subject that he loved and he wanted to add to. And I thanked him for his contribution, and he in turn thanked me for the backbench committee, give us the privilege of the debate, but thanked me for at least requesting it. So those are the questions, and that hard to believe that was on the 6th of January. Yeah. And less than some 18 hours later, I got a message from the girl in my office to tell me that Jack had passed away. I was sort of said, no, you got it wrong. I seen him yesterday. I couldn't be right. But unfortunately, it was, Mr. Speaker, and it was right. So Jack Drummond was a man of strong principles and devotion to service, and indeed his legacy of a fighting spirit and relentless optimism is something which each of us on these benches can and should aspire to. Jack, I feel, was a master of all campaigns. If he was campaigning for it, be on his side, because that was a winning side to be on. And we are in every section of this House, on this side and across the floor, on the poor for his absence. So my thoughts and my prayers are with his family, with Harriet, our friend and colleague, the Right Honourable Member for Camberwell and Peckham, and the children at this time, as they face the oncoming days, as they will, but with fantastic memories, without this wonderful man so suddenly taken from us all. So, Mr. Speaker, I am sure that you will agree that the message to be sent to his family today is that you're not alone with your grief, and that this House, this great family of MPs and staff, are united behind you. Thank you.
Cooper.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. No one could fail to have been moved on Monday by the incredible tributes to Jack from his 3 children, to Harry, Joe and Amy. We know, all of us, the pride that Jack had in his family, but we felt it too on Monday for Jack, and also their pride in him as well. Jack had that wonderful way of making you feel that everything was going to be all right. Didn't matter what scrapes he had got you into, it was all going to be okay. And I was lucky to work with Jack on so many campaigns, and he was just formidable on so many different things. If we despaired, he always had some good new idea to pick us up, and then he'd be off running with it, and we would be racing to catch him up. If we got too highfalutin, he would remind us what they were saying in the Dog and Duck. If we faltered, as all of us do from time to time, he would be there to tell us we were brilliant and not to lose faith. And he was a fabulous feminist. And we all saw the support that he gave to Harriet over so many decades. We heard from Amy, Jack's daughter, on Monday that true feminism at home meant also making sure that Harriet never had to learn how to use a washing machine. And I have to say, I was so proud when I heard that, as somebody who first has known Harriet and Jack since I was in my 20s and has avoided wherever possible using the washing machine at home, resolutely refused to learn to cook. But I would say to Amy that you got me into a bit of trouble on Monday because Ed, who was sitting next to me, just turned and glowered at me and said, so it was all Jack and Harriet's fault. But I say I learnt from the very best. Because what Jack did was, he didn't just support Harriet, he supports so many of us as women parliamentarians, women in the trade union movement as well. And one woman trade unionist said to me, Jack had encouraged her when she was a young mum many years ago to put herself forward in the trade union movement. And that would have been pioneering enough at that time. But what he also did was he spied her husband standing at the back holding their child, went to find him and to tell him what an incredibly important and noble job he was doing in supporting her too. And he also had that amazing special ability to bring people together at a time when politics can feel so divided. We heard how when he died, he had tributes from the 5 biggest manufacturing groups in Britain and also the 5 biggest trade unions, a unique reflection of the industrial alliance he had worked so hard to bring together. And in the Labour movement, he didn't just straddle the left-right divide, he also had strong roots in both our liberal and our communitarian traditions. Unusually, he had his politics and values throughout his life bound together that fierce support for equality, for feminism, for anti-racism, for individual rights, but also that deep roots in community solidarity, in family, and in faith in the dignity of work. And he brought that together, and we need more Jacks. I was with Jack the afternoon before he died, and every conversation I had with him that day was just pure Jack. There was something I doubted that I'd done that he said was brilliant, even though I'm sure it wasn't. We talked about Christmas, and he said how wonderful his grandchildren were. And then he went on in Parliament to speak in the debate and make a passionate and patriotic case for the government to do the right thing by vulnerable Afghan refugees. And as a last act in Parliament, it was entirely fitting, and that demonstration of his persistent decency and solidarity. But most of all, Jack was an optimist. He loved life and he loved people, and he made lives better because he believed things could be better. And so many of us have learnt so much from Jack that we will make sure that legacy carries on. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Jack Dromey was my mentor, my teacher, my political partner, and my friend for almost a decade and a half in Birmingham. Like many of us here today, he was like a father to me. Indeed, he was at school with my dad at Cardinal Vaughan in West London, part of that extraordinary generation of second-generation Irish kids, sharp, chippy, pushing, determined to make a contribution to social justice. Didn't always start smoothly. My godfather, Spud Murphy, then a prefect at Cardinal Vaughan, used to talk to me fondly about having to give Jack a clip round the ear for smoking behind the bike sheds at school. But Jack was not a rebel without a cause. His cause was social justice. He fought for it his entire life. His glorious life was one long crusade for the underdog. He fought for them whenever and wherever he found them. His campaigns in Birmingham are innumerable. He fought for more police numbers. He fought for COVID families. He fought for the food bank. He fought for Erdington High Street. He fought for manufacturing jobs. He fought for the factory at GKN, and this was all just in the last week of his life.
Mr. Speaker, Jack brought a particular approach, as you know, sir, to all of his campaigns. It generally started with a very, very long list of bullet points. And Jack would start off by saying, just 3 points, and we would tease him as he got to, and 17thly, but he brought to every single one of his campaigns what he used to fondly say was a certain je ne sais quoi. He made sure that at the core of every single one of his campaigns were the stories, because we have all been educated in the legend, which is Joe and Josephine Soap in the Dog and Duck in Erdington. He brought to all of his campaigns not just that art of coalition building, but that incredible calm along with the persistence. He used to very proudly say that his nickname in the Union was Never Snap, Never Flap, Jack. And he used to remind me of that very often as I was losing my rag over the last year and a half. On the last day of Jack's life, we were working together on a book which is about the future of our great region, the heart of Britain. And as ever, he brought to that an extraordinary optimism. He'd put the Green Industrial Revolution actually at the core of what he wrote. This is what he wrote, Mr. Speaker. I am passionate in my belief that change is possible. However, my experience as an MP for a constituency with high levels of inequality and poverty, it is crucial that any change is not just ambitious in the objective of dealing with climate change, but radical in creating opportunity for all. There is much to do and little time to achieve it before it's too late. I say to the mother of the house and the family watching today, like you, we have all struggled with the shock of loss. I myself have found comfort in the words not of an Irish poet, but of a Greek who wrote centuries ago. Even in our sleep, pain falls drop by drop upon the heart, and in our despair, against our will, comes wisdom through the awful grace of God. The wisdom that we draw from Jack Dromey's life is very simple. We should all try and be more Jack. Our community, our country, and this House of Commons would be a damn sight better for that.
Yeah. Thank you. Mr. Speaker, it is a pleasure to follow my colleague and friend from Birmingham. And I think that what I want to say is going to be all about Birmingham. And Jack doesn't sound like me. He wasn't groomed as I was, like a child loves their parents no matter what. I love Birmingham because it was given to me at birth. But Jack didn't have that, and he loved it way more than me. He would talk about Birmingham in terms that made it unrecognisable to me. Now, I love the place, don't get me wrong. But Castle Vale, whilst I love it, is not a great place of beauty. The Aston Expressway is not a thing to behold. And yet, when Jack talked about Birmingham and talked about Brummies, he felt so much as if he was from the tradition of the place of my birth. And I think much of that is to do with his Irish ancestry, which so many of us in Birmingham have. But there could be no greater advocate for the city of Birmingham. I know there are many people who want to speak, and so I shall just touch slightly as well on not only Jack being an honorary Brummie, and not even honorary, Jack Dromey was a Brummie. Through and through, without question, but also being an honorary sister. So the first time that I ever spoke in this building, it was Jack Dromey, who sat next to me as I spoke, and he put his arms around me afterwards and said, "I am so proud of you. I am so proud to see you here," mainly because I was a girl from Birmingham and he loved Birmingham. And the last time I ever sat in this place with him was just a week before he died, and we had just been put on the same team together and in the Shadow Home Affairs team, and he said to me, as I sat down from asking a question of the Home Secretary, he said, "It is so delightful to be completely outsmarted and outflanked by brilliant women." And it is of absolutely no surprise to me, and I say to the Honourable Member for Camberwell and Peckham, to all of her family and her children, that Birmingham will truly miss Jack Dromey, and all of the love of a sometimes not very beautiful place is with you and your family.
Honour Mahmood.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Jack and I were both elected in the 2010 general election, and he was my constituency neighbour, but because he was selected relatively late to be our candidate in Birmingham Erdington, we didn't actually get to meet until we were both newly elected Birmingham members of Parliament. And I remember in those early weeks lugging around a massive rucksack which basically had a mobile office in it, having no idea about the lobbying that is required to get ahead in the race for an office in this place. When Jack came over to me, and we'd only spoken a couple of times at this point, and he found me and he told me that he had secured a whole suite of offices in Portcullis House. And of course, on hearing this, I was immediately insanely jealous. But he went on to ask me if I wanted to share it with him. And of course, I went from insane jealousy to all but falling at the man's feet with gratitude. And he laughed and he said he simply had to rescue me from my flipping bag because it was practically the same size as me and he could bear it no longer. And that set the tone for our friendship, Mr. Speaker. Lots of gentle mickey-taking and loads of laughter. I was always struck by how ready Jack was, and we've heard so much of this today, with his praise and his encouragement. It's something that his children spoke so movingly about at his funeral. Jack would always stop you or text you or drop you a note to say he'd seen you make a speech or give a TV interview or whatever it might be, and that it was first class, absolutely brilliant, the best of Labour. He never hedged his bets when it came to praise, did Jack, but he really believed in generous and uncomplicated affirmation of not just his loved ones, but his friends and his colleagues too, which is why it was so sincere and in how it was meant that it always mattered to the person on the receiving end of it. It always made a difference. Not every conversation with Jack was quick, Mr. Speaker. The famous 3 or 4 quick things that he would stop you to talk about. I soon clocked that the correct number was calculated by taking the number of things Jack said he wanted to talk to you about, multiplying it by 2 and adding 3. It seemed to work every time, and Jack always got a promise out of you, maybe more than one promise, to attend a meeting or to look into something or join in one of his campaigns. In one of our more recent conversations, he told me he wanted to talk about campaigning. 4 quick things, actually 11. And at the end, I laughed and I said, "Jack, mate, how is it your 4 quick things have now led to 10 absolutely urgent, immediate priorities for my to-do list?" I soon regretted admitting the 10 priorities for my to-do list, because he then laughed wholeheartedly and said, "That's the target from now on, Shabana, 10 things to be added to the to-do list." It's difficult, Mr. Speaker, to believe that a man so full of energy and positivity and generosity is gone. He leaves an immense legacy, not just as a titan of the Labour movement, but as a thoroughly decent, good man. Jack Dromey was first class. He was absolutely brilliant, and he was the best of Labour.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It goes without saying that the loss of Jack has shocked us all, and our hearts go out to Harriet and her family. He was, as we've heard, respected across this House, and he was an extremely generous person, often giving praise to his colleagues and associates, whether they wanted it or not. And I have the privilege to chair the Tribune group of Labour MPs, of which Jack was an enthusiastic member. And on many occasions he would stop me somewhere en route to some meeting he was rushing off to and tell me what a wonderful job I was doing organising the Tribune group. And on one occasion, when he was particularly effusive with his praise, I stopped him and said, "Jack, not even my mother would believe what you're saying." He just carried on undeterred, thinking his message hadn't got across. So no matter how much he was over the top with his praise, though, he always left you feeling better after you'd spoken with him. And he felt the Tribune group had a lot to offer in the party, and we met regularly to discuss the issues of the day. And Jack would always keep the discussion well grounded and to the point. And so when we were losing sight of the bigger picture, Jack would intervene. Just a few quick points, may I, Chair? He would then set out his opinion, always carefully thought through, with an anecdote here, shaggy dog story there, sometimes long, sometimes short, depending on the audience, always with a twinkle in his eye. And then he would bring us back to the point, with the apocryphal question, what did Joe and Josephine soap in the Dog and Duck think? I heard about Joe and Josephine so many times I felt I'd been to the Dog and Duck. I actually got to the point where I did Google it. There is no Dog and Duck. You know? So we'll miss him in those discussions, and above all we'll miss his dynamism and his enthusiasm that spurred us on, and I will miss his encouragement in keeping the Tribune group going. We're both proud members and long-term members of the Trade, Transport and General Workers Union. He had been a high-ranking official, becoming Deputy General Secretary. I was a lowly lay member of the transport section. We got to know each other when he came into this place, and we found we had a number of mutual acquaintances that we made in the trade union, mainly because my region, the London region in the union, was very influential, and my branch, the cab section, was very influential in London. And many of the people in my branch were in the broad left of the trade union, and Jack back then was a member of the broad left. There's no questioning Jack's left-wing credentials. He built a long reputation on the campaigns that he fought and won as a trade union official. His determination to stand up for social justice was legendary even then, over 30 years ago, and he continued to struggle this struggle in his parliamentary career. The negotiating skills he honed as a trade union leader enabled him to forge alliances across the divides in this place and get things done for the people of his adopted Erdington. There's always going to be a bit of Erdington, in my opinion, that is London, and that's Jack's legacy for them. Jack's indefatigable campaigning on behalf of the trade union and labour movement touches 6 decades. He changed the lives of countless people who will never know what he did for them. One last thing we had in common. 16 months ago, I became a granddad. And nothing made Jack smile more than when we talked about the unalloyed joy of being a granddad. It's probably those chats which I will remember most when I think of Jack. So Jack, if out there, in a parallel universe, there's a Dog and Duck with Joe and Josephine in it, perhaps sometime in the future, not too soon, we'll sit down with a pint and find out finally what they actually think. It was an honour and a delight to have known him.
Much, Mr. Speaker, and thank you for squeezing me in. I've known Jack for about 12 years when he was first selected to stand in Birmingham Erdington, and I'm still a councillor in his constituency in King's Standing. Now, I've got to confess, me and Jack didn't always see eye to eye on every particular issue, and I think the first time we met each other was in Aylesbury Crescent in King's Standing, where we didn't exactly meet on equal terms. We had shared a few coarse words of each other. But whenever you had a debate with Jack, or whenever I was at a public meeting with him, you would always get the wink and the nod after a little dig or a political point. And I respected that enormously, Mr. Speaker. I last saw Jack about a week and a half before he passed away at Penny Holbrook's funeral. And I've got to say, my heart goes out to everybody in Erdington Labour Party who have had a terrible year. With so many people within that CLP passing away, sadly. And within 5 minutes of speaking to Jack, we were talking about MG Rover, and he said to me, he said, "Oh, I remember on one particular day," and I looked at him and went, "Of course you were involved with MG Rover. Why wouldn't you have been?" And we had this long conversation about it, and he said to me, "I have no shame in telling you," he said, "but in, I think it was 2000 or 2001, he said, we went into a meeting with, I think it was then the Phoenix 4, and they thought that the success and the campaign had been won." He said, "I have got no shame in telling you, but I cried in that room that day." And that's because it meant so much to him, those thousands of workers at the site and what it meant to that community. And then, of course, he went on and he was talking about his grandchildren as he was playing with another small child at the funeral, and he was having a good joke and about the height jokes that his son Joe makes at him all the time. And we left on good terms that day. And he also had a very good sense of humour. Members of the Birmingham MPs will remember, just a couple of weeks ago, we have a WhatsApp group for all Birmingham MPs. And Jack, being Jack, decided to try and organise something which would potentially politically show up myself and my right honourable friend, the member for Sutton Coldfield, on a police debate. Now, me and my right honourable friend have never been so quiet in a WhatsApp group before because Jack had got the wrong WhatsApp group. He had accidentally got the all-party one rather than the Labour one. And so he was there, and then this argument started between the other MPs about what tactics we should do. And then all of a sudden, someone noticed that me and my right honourable friend were in this WhatsApp group, and I saw him the next day, and he came up to me with a big memeing smile, and I won't repeat what he said because there was a lot of expletives in it, but it was something along of, "I'm a bit of an idiot, aren't I?" But he smiled about it, and he joked about it. And he was a good man that fought passionately for the city that I know is my home. And Mr. Speaker, I know many of us will miss him terribly.
I'm very, very concerned about time for Mother of the House, who's going to sum up at the end. So please, if we can be brief, because there is a lot of business ahead and the family are waiting. Karen Smith.
I rise as Vice Chair of the Ireland and Irish in Britain APPG. My honourable friend, member for Helen St North, apologises. He's at a funeral today. Jack was a valued and prominent member of the Ireland and Irish in Britain group, the community from which he came. Shortly after my arrival in 2015, he welcomed me not only as a new MP, but also as a fellow child of Ireland's 33rd and frankly finest county, County London. "Where are your parents from?" he said. "Mine are from Cork and Tipperary," he proudly did say. His father a labourer, his mother a nurse, the people who came here to rebuild England. Their work and experience underpinned and drove his politics and his dedication to public service. In the trade union movement, he always saw the parallels between his own parents' struggles and that of newer migrant communities, building links with those new migrant communities, most recently with the Polish community at an event at the London Irish Centre. Jack's support for the Gaelic Athletics Association in Birmingham, and indeed across Britain, was a significant part of his involvement. It's no surprise given that his grandfather, Jack Doherty, was a hurler who played for Tipperary in several All-Ireland finals in the early part of the 20th century. And it was a very proud moment for him to take part in the St Patrick's Day parade in Birmingham, which hadn't taken place for decades because of the pub bombings, alongside the Erin-go-Bragh club based in his Erdington constituency. Just last year, working again across party, as we've heard so much of today, colleagues with the House to save Park Nairn, the home of Gaelic Games in Britain, ensuring a generation of children in the West Midlands can continue to enjoy Irish culture and sport. Jack's son Joe said at the funeral how he beamed when visiting the construction centre named after him, just imagining his own dad, newly arrived on these shores, knowing what would become of his son. He was so proud, as many of us were, when there was an event here in Parliament to honour him and the other sons and daughters of that generation of Irish fathers, the construction workers who built Britain. Jack was one of a relatively small band of us MPs, those who are as proud of the people from which we came as we are of the people we now represent, being both British and Irish. And he had a strong sense of justice. In the week that we marked the 50th anniversary of Bloody Sunday, Jack's involvement in the pursuit of democratic, peaceful politics on the island of Ireland and good relationships between our two countries was again recognised by the Irish government and the presence of the Irish ambassador, Adrian O'Neill, at Jack's funeral on Monday. Being Irish was very important to Jack, and Jack was very important to Ireland and the Irish community in Britain. We will miss him. Jes J, go row, anam.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I first met Jack in the Longbridge dispute when we as members of Parliament were getting together, trying to do our best to be able to save that huge industry that existed in Birmingham. Unfortunately, we all know what the result of that was. But Jack always tried his best to do that. I next met him when we had an issue with the HP Source company who were pulling out of Birmingham and going to Denmark for the efforts. And I first joined him when he said, I'm going to lead this campaign on behalf of the trade unions. So we met and had a couple of conversations and meetings, and we decided to do a rally. So we all walked around down Aston for about 1.5 miles and went to the factory and spoke to the workers there. But what we managed to do at the end of it, because Jack's tenacity, was to get some better terms and conditions for those people who were going to lose their jobs. And that's what Jack was about. Jack was a great man. And from that day onwards, I realized there was somebody that I wanted to get to know closer and be more close to. So when my friend, his predecessor, Sean Simon, for Erdington, decided that he was going to move on, one of the first things that I did was to speak to Jack. And usually, as Jack is with his family, on a Friday evening at a curry house, where usually Sean, I, and a couple of other friends always transacted business in those sort of areas. We met at this curry house, and I said, Sean, if you're going, then perhaps what we might be able to do is to speak to Jack Dromey, because I think he's a great guy. He's able to look at a community like Erdington, where has a huge amount of working people, industries there, and we want somebody there to be able to do that. And I thought Jack was the best. So I decided to call him. I called him, and he was in Ireland, listening to the recital of his daughter Amy. And he texted me back and said, can we speak tomorrow? I'm at the recital and I can't talk to you. So he did tomorrow, and we did that, and the party went through a procedure. And the party in Erdington elected him and selected him because they believe he was the right person. Jack, always at the forefront. Recently, when we had the death of John Reid, a young lad who was stabbed to death, we all turned up. And because we turned up with Jack, myself, and the honourable member for Birmingham, Edgbaston, we spoke to the black churches, we spoke to the community, and hopefully I think what we managed to do is to stop or prevent any further uprising because of the action we took. Jack was always there for the community. He was always there for me. When I'd get frustrated with the local authorities and some of the issues that were held there, the following day he'd either call me up or come and see me at Paul Cully's house and try and explain to me how I should move further forward. In conclusion, Mr. Speaker, my condolences to the Mother of Parliament, to Joe, to Jack and to Amy. And I would just say one last thing to change an adage around. Behind every strong woman, there's a strong man. May Jack rest in peace.
Dame Langella Riedel.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And I want to pay a very short tribute, because we have heard so much from all sides of the House which encompasses so accurately Jack's many, many qualities. I just wanted to say that when he came to this House, he was fully formed as a political activist, as one of the greatest trade unionists of his generation, as someone who had the abilities to ensure that social justice was advanced, who never gave up, who was optimistic, who loved and was proud of his wife, and who was a feminist before many of us knew what that word meant, and unashamed to be Mr. Harriet Harman. A very, very rare, very, very talented, very kind, gentle man who was the best of the labour and trade union movement, who we will all miss terribly. Condolences, obviously, to the mother of the house and his fantastic children who are in the gallery. As someone who was fortunate to benefit from Labour Party romance, I always looked up to Harriet and Jack's law centre romance as something that I should follow.
Boris Johnson.
Mr. Speaker, Jack
Jack Dromey has been in my life a very long time. I was a candidate in Taunton, an eminently winnable seat for our side, because I was a Transport and General Worker Union as well as a cooperator, this young man suddenly pitched up for a day to help me. So, you know, we've known each other right back since 1974. And he was very suspicious of me at first. He was a university academic and, you know, standing as a Labour candidate. He was really suspicious. He then found out I'd served an apprenticeship in a paint factory, ICI in Slough, and we became great friends. And ever since that day, we've worked on the manufacturing. We started the all-party manufacturing group. We've done wonderful campaigns together. You know, he wasn't just a colleague or a comrade. He was a mate. I still come in here on a Thursday morning, and there's a Thursday morning club where we, you know, when you're serious about politics, you're here on a Thursday to make the Leader of the House of Life's misery. and we used to wonder, and Jack was there. I still see Jack there, Mr. Speaker, because he was so warm and generous, and he had a way of worming things out of you. He had a big family. I've got 4 children and 12 grandchildren. We used to compete. I know more about his family than you can ever believe, because he told me, how are you going on? What stage are you at? And then I bored him, because everything he did was more exciting than what my family was doing. But, Mr. Speaker, the fact about Jack was his passion. I was a passionate, always, as chair of the Education and Skills Select Committee in the Children's School, on children's issues. He was passionate about our families and children, and he once said to me, Barry, if you're a member of Parliament, you care about the job, you can't bear to think of a child in your constituency going to bed tonight with nothing in their tummy. He was compassionate, he was funny, he was wise. And, you know, I was with him with John Swift one night when we raised a glass of champagne and said, nothing but the best is good enough for the workers.
Absolutely right.
Jack, we love you, miss you, and we'll work to be even better than we are because of you.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I first met Jack as a young researcher working for the then MP Una King, and he was at the Transport and General Workers Union. She'd secured a private member's bill to ensure that cowboy contractors didn't do shoddy work in council homes and that they didn't treat their staff badly. But she'd double booked for a meeting with senior officials, which was not uncommon for her. And I was terrified because she told me I had to go and sit in and work out what this bill should contain. And she said, don't worry, Jack Dromey will be there. Let him do the talking. And of course, fast forward, Jack mobilised the business community, the trade unions, got the government to support our bill, and despite the fact that the private members' bill didn't get through, government supported it. And she and Jack and others managed to change many thousands of people's lives by improving the kind of work that's done in council homes. That legacy continues up and down the country, including in my constituency. And I often look at those blocks of flats and I think if Jack and others hadn't done that work, then people's lives would have been much worse. When I arrived in Parliament, Jack was always there, like others have said, providing constant encouragement. Even when I was going through very tumultuous times in my constituency, managing the politics there, but he would have very, very encouraging words, constantly giving me confidence, constantly supporting me whenever I needed it. In his last speech at Westminster Hall, which I had the privilege of chairing, he said, the bravery of our service personnel and government officials who stayed on the ground in Kabul at great personal risk during Operation Pitting represented the best of Britain. He told the government how important it was to act to protect Afghani people for what they did. Jack represented the best of British, the best of our country. He is greatly missed by all of us. He was family to me, and I know to all of us across this house and in his constituency. My thoughts are with the mother of the house and his family. Jack will be greatly missed, but he will always live in our memories and in what we go on to do. That's his legacy.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Jack Dromey had a fierce heart for justice, combined with his inherent
kindness and decency, he was able to achieve so much for so many, and we've heard much about that today. I want to pay tribute to Jack on behalf of my constituents. When Jack wasn't in Birmingham Erdington, Jack's home was in Dulwich and West Norwood. He and the mother of the house are familiar figures in our community, valued and faithful supporters of our local independent businesses, kind and generous neighbours and friends to so many. A few weeks before Christmas, I spotted from my car the lovely scene of a pair of grandparents taking a grandchild for a walk, before realising some moments later that this was Jack and the mother of the house. Since Jack's untimely death, so many of my constituents have expressed their shock and sorrow and have told me how much they will miss Jack. Secondly, and briefly, Mr. Speaker, I want to pay tribute to Jack as a tireless champion of early years education and maintained nursery schools in particular. Jack understood the transformative impact that high-quality early years education can have on reducing inequality and disadvantage, and he understood that every child, no matter their background, deserved the best. As a recently appointed Shadow Minister for Children and Early Years, I've spent the last few weeks meeting with people who work with small children. So many have mentioned Jack's powerful advocacy for their profession and how much he will be missed. Jack was a friend to all of us, especially to colleagues with less experience, to whom he offered support, a listening ear, and always wise counsel. Jack is irreplaceable, most of all to his family and to the mother of the house, for whom there is so much love in my constituency of Dulwich and West Norwood and across the wider Lambeth and Southwark Labour family.
Hilary Benn.
Thank you very much. Mr. Speaker, I think we all thought that Jack would always be here because the whole of his life was devoted to being there for others. The workers that he represented, the constituents he was so proud to serve, and the family that he loved. And I simply want to say this. It was such a privilege to be at his funeral on Monday. And we've heard his children spoke so beautifully, with so much love and joy about their father. And I'm absolutely certain that he was looking down on them from on high, bursting with pride. And amid the laughter and the smiles and the tears and the stories, there was a moment in the service when a shaft of sunlight came through the window and illuminated the nave. And I like to think that it was illuminating also the essential truth about Jack's life. Although it was cut short, he used every single day that he had in trying to build a better world. Oh, what an example for the rest of us to follow.
I'm now going to bring in the mother of the house, the Right Honourable Harriet Harman, and just say, Harriet, this just shows the House can be at its best. And this is its best because of the love for you, Jack, and your family. Harriet Harman.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On behalf of myself and my family, I'd like to warmly thank all those honourable members who've spoken today, and to say from everyone from all around the country who've sent us cards, emails, texts, tweets, who've posted on Facebook, to say to them that the memories they've shared with us and the respect they've shown for Jack have given so much comfort to me and his beloved family as we face the total shock of his sudden death from heart failure just 3 weeks ago. Jack hated inequality and oppression, and his life's work was a steadfast focus on supporting those who were fighting against it. His roots in the Irish working class immigrant community, his solidarity with Black and Asian people fighting against inequality, his respect for middle-class people who, though not suffering hardship themselves, wanted to work to end it for others, that made him the polar opposite of the culture wars and the living embodiment of the coalition that is the Labour Party. He spoke up for people and they heard him, and that made them stronger, whether that was those he worked with or those he'd never met. Much has rightly been said about his support for me in my work. It was phenomenal, and it was unswerving. But it was not just because I was his wife. It was a matter of principle. Jack believed that men should support and respect women, and he detested men who he saw holding their wives back in their own self-interest. For all of us who received it, Jack's support was a superpower. It made us all walk taller. It made us all feel stronger. We will so miss him. I'd like to thank you, Mr. Speaker, for your tribute and for your kindness to me and his family, and for allowing us this time today to pay tribute to Jack. Thank you.
We now come to the urgent question. I'll let people just leave for a second before I start. Okay. All right. See you later. We now come to the urgent question. Dr. Matthew Wofford.
Home Secretary to make a statement on the Independent Office for Police Conduct report on police officers' conduct at Charing Cross Police Station.
Mr. Speaker, as the House is aware, the Independent Office for Police Conduct yesterday published the findings of an investigation into bullying and discrimination within Charing Cross Police Station between 2016 and 2018. The report makes for extremely disturbing reading. It describes abhorrent behaviour and misogynistic, racist and homophobic communications between officers that appear to have become commonplace. On a personal note, Mr. Speaker, as somebody who knows the Met well, I cannot begin to describe my horror at the revelations in the report. It is right that individuals who have been found to have committed gross misconduct have been dismissed and cannot rejoin policing. However, this is obviously about more than individuals. It's about how a toxic culture can develop and fester in parts of a police force, a culture that is allowed to go unchallenged until a brave officer blows the whistle or a message is discovered on an officer's phone. These events have a corrosive impact on public trust in policing and undermine the work of thousands of diligent and brave police officers who keep us safe every day. I am grateful for the work of the IOPC in investigating these allegations, and I expect the Metropolitan Police Service and the Mayor of London to implement the recommendations of this report as soon as practically possible. We are taking action to address these issues also. The Home Secretary has established the Angelini inquiry. This has now started, and Dame Eilish is examining the career of Sarah Everard's killer. While focused on that case, she will be considering whether the culture in the places where Sarah's murderer worked meant that alarm bells did not ring earlier. And of course, in the second part of her inquiry, we expect a light to be shone on wider policing, including on those cultural issues. In addition, at the Home Secretary's request, Her Majesty's Inspectorate of Constabulary and Fire and Rescue Services is currently inspecting forces across England and Wales to judge their vetting and counter-corruption capabilities. As part of this, we've specifically asked them to look at how forces are ensuring that misogyny and sexism are identified and dealt with in the workplace. We are also working closely with the National Police Chiefs Council to ensure professional standards on social media use for all police officers. Being a police officer is an honour, conferring a special status on those who serve. The findings of the IOPC's report are shaming for those who have abused that honour and for the Metropolitan Police. Standards must be raised. The precious bond of trust between the public and the police depends upon it.
Dr. Matthew Wofford.
As a London MP, there are few opportunities to seek answers on the performance of the Metropolitan Police, so I'm grateful for you granting this urgent question, Mr. Speaker. The publication of the report by the Independent Office for Police Conduct joins the list of misdemeanours that have occurred in the Met in recent years. The IOPC opened its investigation in March 2018 following claims that an officer had sex with a drunk person at a police station. This in itself is a criminal offence and is even more shocking following the rape and murder of Sarah Everard by a serving police officer less than a year ago. The report says officers searched social media with the intention of having sex with people they had made contact with through being a victim of crime. This is an egregious breach of trust with the public and must be addressed immediately. Officers were found to have sent messages to a female on a shared group chat saying, "I would happily rape you, and if I was single, I would happily chloroform you." Other officers gleefully boasted about their behaviour by sending messages including, "You ever slap your missus? It makes them love you more. Seriously, since I did that, she won't leave me alone. Knock a bird about and she will love you. Human nature." It surely is not. The investigation uncovered evidence in relation to bullying, violence towards women, perverting the course of justice, discriminatory language, and other inappropriate behaviours. The range and severity of these messages demonstrate they are not humorous comments, but evidence of a sinister and obnoxious culture that has pervaded the very organisation and individuals who are supposed to uphold the law. Worst of all, it tarnishes the reputation of all the decent, hard-working employees of the MPS. And where is the Mayor of London in all this? Recently, we heard his comments on the cost of living, accusations about the Prime Minister, Brexit, levelling up, drug decriminalisation, everything except on what he's responsible for, the policing of London. While more young people are murdered on the streets of London and police officers commit crimes, we need leadership on keeping Londoners safe, and that is not happening. So can I ask the Minister if he will firstly look at the Sexual Offences Act 2003 with a view to changing the law so that any person of any age who is in a position of trust with any other persons, regardless of their age, commits a criminal offence if they seek to involve the other person in sexual activity. Secondly, to expand and speed up Baroness Casey's review into the Metropolitan Police's culture and standards, to take into account behaviours outside the realm of the workplace, so that proper background checks are made on the appointment of MPS staff in all departments, including the MO7 task force. And finally, can I ask him to seek the establishment of a confidential complaint system in the MPS so that whistleblowers, particularly women, can raise their concerns without being subjected to campaigns of threats, intimidation, coercion and abuse by others. Confidence in the MPS is incredibly low following a number of abuses. If the public decides they no longer have confidence in those who police them, then that really would be a crime.
Well, Mr. Speaker, can I share the honourable member's horror at the specific publication of some of those messages? They really are abhorrent. And as I understand it, the unit that's being investigated has since then been disbanded, and quite rightly so, with disciplinary action following. On his specific requests on the offence, I'm certainly happy to look at that particular suggestion and explore it further as a possibility. In terms of the Casey review, he is quite right that Dame Louise Casey obviously has been appointed by the Metropolitan Police Commissioner to examine cultural issues within the force. That obviously started with the appalling killing of Sarah Everard and the consequences thereof, but I am sure that, knowing her as I do, that she will be looking closely at all these issues as they unfold, sadly, on an almost weekly basis in the newspapers. I have asked today for a meeting with Dame Louise so I can understand exactly where her inquiry is going and establish for myself that it will fit neatly with the work we are doing through the Inspectorate and indeed the Angelini inquiry into wider issues of culture in the Met and elsewhere in policing. And in terms of the establishment of whistleblowing systems, one of the specific requests we've asked of the Inspectorate as they look at all the police forces across the United Kingdom is to make sure that there are adequate whistleblowing facilities, if you like, or the processes there that will allow officers who want to call out bad behaviour to do so with confidence. But again, it's worth saying, Mr. Speaker, that while you can, Madam Deputy Speaker, my apologies, while you are, it is possible to put in place processes and practices and manuals and training, and we could do our best to train police officers and to instill in them the right values. Never more important than now as we're having such a huge influx of new young police officers waiting to be filled with the right kind of values. It still does point to a culture of leadership, where leadership makes it clear that this kind of behaviour is not to be tolerated, where leadership can project the confidence to officers to step forward and call out bad behaviour in this kind of communication. And whatever the processes you put in place, unless the wider leadership of UK policing is able to project that confidence, then I think we will fail in our mission.
Shadow Minister Sarah Jones.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Can I associate myself with the comments from the Minister, in particular his thanks to the IOPC for this report. The behaviour outlined in the IOPC report is truly appalling. As a woman and a mother, I found it chilling. Shameful behaviour like this undermines policing and threatens public trust. The Metropolitan Police must accept and urgently implement the 15 recommendations from the IOPC. This, sadly, isn't just an issue in London. There have been disgraceful cases involving misogyny or racism among officers in Sussex, Hampshire, Leicestershire and Scotland. Ministers will know about these. We've been aware of them for some years. It isn't good enough, Madam Deputy Speaker, to leave this just to police forces to solve, or at least to leave it until all of the different reviews are completed. We need action now from the government to tackle discrimination and prejudice within policing and to help rebuild confidence. Police training needs overhauling now so that police officers get ongoing training throughout their careers, including on anti-racism and tackling violence against women and girls. Action is needed now on the wholly inappropriate use of social media to perpetrate prejudice or bullying. What is the government doing now to make sure this happens? Action is needed now to tackle racism within the police force, but the MPCC action plan on race is 18 months overdue. Why is the Home Office not making sure this happens sooner? The Home Office inquiry after the murder of Sarah Everard is still non-statutory, meaning it still doesn't have the full range of powers. Will the Minister listen to Labour's calls and place it on statutory footing? And if the government wants to show that it believes in tackling misogyny at a time when the rape charge rate has fallen to a record low of 1.3%, will the Minister finally commit now to make violence against women a strategic policing requirement? Confidence in the police is absolutely fundamental to protecting victims, catching criminals and keeping our communities safe. We all want the police to be the best that they can be. Victims deserve it, the public deserve it, and all good police officers deserve it. We need a plan from government to make sure this happens. The Metropolitan Police Commissioner must now spend every minute of her remaining time working to make the best that it can be. That means tackling serious violence, violence against women and girls, and getting prosecution rates up. But it also means a relentless focus on raising standards. Nothing less will do.
Minister.
Well, Madam Deputy Speaker, I recognise that the Honourable Lady's job is to challenge the government to do ever better, and I welcome her in doing so. But I hope she will bring the same forensic challenge to the Mayor of London. Having done the job of Deputy Mayor of Policing, I would certainly have taken responsibility for driving these kind of changes forward from City Hall, and indeed we faced similar problems back between 2008 and 2012, established our own race and faith inquiry and drove through some of the very difficult reforms that were required back a decade ago as well. So, as I say, I hope she will speak to her party colleague in City Hall and press him also to bring action. And while she is right to urge us into ever greater action on these matters, I know she recognises that there is plenty of work ongoing already. We are, for example, working closely with the National Police Youth Council as part of the new National Working Group on Inappropriate Social Media Use by Police Officers, working out what more we can do to drive that down. I recently met the chair of the scrutiny panel for the Police Youth Council Race and Equality Plan, and I'm confident that she will be able to bring impetus, momentum and scrutiny to the work that they are doing. On her question about a statutory inquiry, we have not made the Angelini inquiry statutory, and the reason is because we want to get on with it. We need speed if we're going to solve some of these problems fast and maintain confidence in UK policing. If we find that in discussion with Dame Eilish that the statutory basis is required, then we'll consider that in the future. But for the moment, we want to get on with it fast, and as I say, her work has already started. We don't believe, given the way that police regulations are drawn, there will be an obstacle for her in obtaining the evidence she needs from those forces who are involved in stage 1 of the inquiry. But if obstacles are put in her way, then we are committed to try and remove them for her. And in terms of the strategic policing inquiry, we are examining the strategic policing requirement. We are examining the SPR at the moment, and we'll make announcements about what's included in it or not in the months to come.
Nikki Aiken.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Words don't really cover how I felt when I read the IOPC report, and the fact that anybody could think using such language is acceptable, let alone police officers, and police officers based in my constituency in a police station just up the road. I will be meeting the Borough Commander for Westminster tomorrow to discuss the report and how he and his colleagues plan to bring those recommendations to pass. And I also welcome the review by Dame Louise Casey. I've worked with Dame Louise for many, many years, and I know she will leave no stone unturned when it comes to looking at the culture of the Metropolitan Police. But I also think it's very, very important, and does my honourable friend agree, that although there are rogue police officers, and it's clear there are in the Metropolitan Police and any other police service, there are thousands and thousands of dedicated and hard-working police officers up and down this country who are equally disgusted, and will he join me in thanking them for their service?
Minister.
Well, Madam Deputy Speaker, I share the honourable ladies discussed at these events. As a former Westminster councillor myself, as the London Assembly member for the area that includes Charing Cross Police Station, but also as somebody who visited the police station to see their work in policing one of the most diverse, sensitive and difficult parts of the country and the capital, it is shocking to see this kind of evidence coming from that team. So I do share her disgust, and I agree with her that disgust and fury will be shared by the thousands of police officers across the United Kingdom who do extraordinary things every day to keep us safe. Not least, I have to say, given the nature of these messages, by the ever-increasing numbers of female and BME officers, numbers now in UK policing at an all-time high in both categories, who are doing their best to help all of us in changing the face of British policing.
Chair of the Home Affairs Select Committee, Dame Diana Johnson.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. This report is truly shocking. One key issue is the screening out of unsuitable applicants right at the start. And I want to ask about the current situation with recruitment and vetting, as so many officers are now being employed. So does the Minister believe that the sole use of online recruitment, assessment, checks and offers is appropriate? This is happening in several forces. There's no face-to-face interviews, and in fact one recruit said the first time he had a face-to-face interview was when he was being measured for his uniform. And I just want to quote what Karen Ingala-Smith of the anti-violence charity NEA said, and she's referring to Sarah Everard's killer. Cousins was at least the 15th serving or former officer to have killed a woman. Now is the time for more rigorous checks, not fast-track online selection processes.
Well, Madam Deputy Speaker, as I'm sure the Chair of the Select Committee will recognise, the advent of the pandemic meant we did have to find innovative ways to continue with our recruitment process, and we're obviously reviewing them as we emerge from the pandemic to make sure that we get them exactly right. As I explained earlier, and as I'm sure she will know, we have commissioned a general inquiry across UK policing to look at vetting procedures to make sure that the police across the UK, and of course each force is responsible for its own vetting, have consistency, and that net is drawn as sharply as we possibly can to make sure that we get the right people into policing. But critically, it is very important that those new young police officers coming through, that we monitor very carefully how they feel, what they're being exposed to, and give them the confidence to know that where there is bad behaviour, they're able to call it out without detriment to themselves. This is not just, as I say, about one piece of the jigsaw. In terms of ensuring that we have integrity in all police officers, there is an entire machine that needs to be built to build that confidence among the British people that the right people are getting into policing, that they're being maintained in policing, and that where things do go wrong, they are able to take corrective action very quickly.
Maria Miller.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. The racism, misogyny and bullying uncovered by this report is damning, but I don't believe it's reflective of the vast majority of our police force, as my honourable friend has just said. We owe it to those officers to root this out. But the IOPC's report, started its investigations 4 years ago, and similar investigations in Hampshire, he will know as my near neighbour, took 3 years. What is my right honourable friend doing to ensure such investigations are completed in a more reasonable time frame, and also that anonymity isn't used to hide those that are involved in these sorts of heinous behaviours?
Minister.
Well, Madam Deputy Speaker, I'm grateful to my right honourable friend, and she is quite right that we do need to make sure that inquiries are speeded up as much as possible. I hope she will remember that a year or so ago we did introduce reforms to the way the IOPC operates to push them to ever greater alacrity in their inquiries, and they are now required that where, in the case of an inquiry going over 12 months, to write a letter to the appropriate authority, whether that's the Police and Crime Commission or indeed to me, to explain why it's gone over 12 months. I would say that very often the delay is not necessarily the fault of the IOPC, but there can be delays, inquests, criminal inquiries, there can be delays by correspondence providing information that do extend the time frame. However, we need to know why. As far as transparency is concerned and anonymity is concerned, I have recently written to all legally qualified chairs of disciplinary panels to say that there should be a really stringent examination of whether those hearings need to be held in private or whether they should be public, because it's absolutely vital for trust in policing that the British people can not only know that justice is being done, if you like, in the disciplinary process, but that they can see it too.
Order. I do want to try to get everybody in, but as colleagues will be aware, we do have another statement and then further legislation. So I would request that questions are shortened to the point, which will enable the Minister to be shortened to the point as well. Vera Hobhouse.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. In the last year alone, Cressida Dick was forced to make 2 public apologies for corruption and cover-up in the Daniel Morgan murder case and for the atrocious mishandling of the vigil to Sarah Everard, although she never apologised. We have seen the Met accused of institutional corruption, misogyny, racism and homophobia following the Stephen Port killings, not to mention the handling of the Partygate fiasco. And now we have this damning report on the Charing Cross Police Station by the Independent Office for Police Conduct. Madam Deputy Speaker, this lack of leadership and the culture of cover-up is letting down honourable rank and file police officers. So why did the Home Secretary think it was remotely acceptable to recently extend Cressida Dick's term as opposed to demanding her resignation?
Minister.
Well, Madam Deputy Speaker, 2 of the matters that the Honourable Lady refers to are still under investigation by Her Majesty's Inspectorate, and they will conclude, I hope, shortly. It's worth pointing out that this incident obviously began or was discovered shortly after the Commissioner became Commissioner, and the unit was disbanded shortly thereafter on her watch. The reason she was extended in terms of her contract, it was because we thought she was the best person for the job.
Felicity Buchan.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. As someone who represents a central London constituency, I am shocked and horrified by these revelations and the toxic culture it represents in some parts of the Metropolitan Police. Can my honourable friend assure me that he will bring up these concerns with the Mayor of London, because the Mayor of London needs to take responsibility for sorting out the culture of the Metropolitan Police?
Well, Madam Deputy Speaker, as somebody who's, as I say, served in City Hall as Deputy Mayor for Policing, I can tell you that the intention of the Government of London Act, which created the mayoralty and put the police authority and then the Metropolitan Police under the control of the Mayor of London, was so that exactly that kind of forensic examination of Met performance and internal processes could be done as close to the front line as possible, and that the Mayor should be in the driving seat.
Karen Buck. One of the two members of Parliament for Westminster. I've always greatly valued and supported the work of our local police, and I think our good and decent police officers will also be appalled by what they have seen in the last few days, and they know what we know, that policing a young, modern, diverse city like Westminster and London is founded on trust. And that trust will also be reflected by having a police service that reflects London. So can the Minister tell us what immediate steps he is taking to review the progress which had faltered over recent years in ensuring that London's police service is as diverse in all its forms as the city it polices?
Minister.
Well, Madam Deputy Speaker, as I hope you will have seen, as part of our Uplift programme, not just in London but elsewhere, we are specifically pushing to increase diversity, both in terms of gender and race within the policing. That is nowhere more important than in London, and we've been working closely with the Metropolitan Police to maximise the possibility of people, particularly from a BME background, but also women, to join the police force.
Florence Eshalome.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. The Minister will be aware that I've spoken about the issue of the Met Police on a number of occasions, and I'm very proud to represent a diverse constituency of Vauxhall in South London, a diverse constituency where, if I'm honest, sometimes the relationship between the community and the police can be fractious. But yet we have a number of great community leaders who are willing to work and build the trust with the police and the community. But reports like this just fails to blow that confidence out. How can I reassure my community, diverse communities, young black children, diverse community of LGBT people, diverse community of women who feel let down by the police, that they can have confidence in this police trust? How is the Minister going to address the issues that when we come to this summer, we'll see our police out on the streets, and those young people who are fearful of the police won't trust the police? Those women who want to go out across Vauxhall at night will be scared to approach the police. Our LGBT people who want to go out and enjoy themselves won't want to come forward to the police. How is the Minister going to address that culture now?
Minister.
Well, Madam Deputy Speaker, having wrestled with these issues myself in the past, I completely agree with the Honourable Lady that it's totally critical that there is a strong bond of trust between communities who have perhaps had a fractious relationship with the police in the past. I think the best thing that they can do is decide to be the change themselves, and I would urge all communities in London and elsewhere to put forward their brightest and their best to be police officers.
Clive Efford.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Cutting 21,000 police officers since 2010 has led to this rush to recruit officers to backfill those gaps, and the vetting of those officers is crucial. So does the Minister think that recruiting people via interviews online purely, given that the police is such a customer-facing service, hands-on service, sometimes literally hands-on service with the public, that it's suitable to do that vetting purely online?
Well, Madam Deputy Speaker, it's worth pointing out that while the assessment process was online, obviously once those police officers enter training, it's not accepted that they will necessarily be attested at the end, and that they are constantly assessed throughout their training as to whether they are suitable or not. We continue to monitor their performance, both not just through training and in the immediate months after their acquisition, but thereafter. Having said that, Madam Deputy Speaker, I think we have to be slightly careful to bear in mind that of the, whatever it is now, 11,000 that have stepped forward to be police officers, the vast majority of them are bright, smart, well-meaning and well-motivated people with the right kind of values to be police officers, and we have high hopes for them in the future.
Tulip Siddiq.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. The report was chilling, and what worried me most was that the horrific cases were referred to the IOPC in 2018, yet these concerns about sexist discrimination and sexual harassment in the London Metropolitan Police weren't addressed by the time of the horrific murders of Biba and Nicole Smallman and the late Sarah Everard. who's been mentioned a few times. Like my honourable friend from Vauxhall, I've had young women in the constituency of Hampstead and Kilburn writing to me and saying they don't feel safe walking around at night in my constituency. As someone who had a bad experience with the police myself before I became an MP, I'm asking the Minister to set out some tangible steps that his government's taking to ensure that the misogyny in the force is tackled, that they're actually doing a proper job, so I can go back and reassure my young constituents that they are safe to walk around in Hampstead and Kilburn.
Minister.
Well, Madam Deputy Speaker, as I explained earlier, we're engaging at all levels with the various action plans that are in place to try and bring change in policing. And, of course, we are injecting a much more diverse shot of energy and personnel into policing through the Uplift programme. It is, however, and I'm not making a political point, it is, however, primarily the job of the Mayor of London to hold the Commission to account on these issues. We are sending in the inspectors, not just to London, but to every force, to look at their vetting and anti-corruption processes to make sure that they're functioning well, but with particular emphasis on the ability internally to call out exactly this kind of behaviour. Now, it appears that this incident came to light after phones were brought in to be checked after a previous incident that the honourable member referred to, and they were discovered almost accidentally. We have to ask our questions why. Why were there not police officers calling out that behaviour? And that's what we're sending in the inspectors to have a look at.
Gareth Thomas.
Madam Deputy Speaker, the Minister will understand that this case, amongst other things, will reinforce the profound concern about the level of violence towards women and the lack of accountability for men who are responsible for that violence. As my honourable friend, the member for Croydon, alluded to in her remarks, the government have so far refused to make violence against women and girls a strategic policing priority. Given the seriousness of this latest report and the fact that it isn't an isolated case, and the clear need for cultural change across the Metropolitan Police, will the Minister stop procrastinating and bring this in?
Minister.
Well, Madam Deputy Speaker, we haven't refused at all. We've said we will consider it, along with all the other horrendous crimes that teem around this country, sadly, which we have to deal with. As I say, we will publish our findings on the SPR shortly.
Wendy Chamberlain.
Speaker, I'm the only female former police officer currently serving in this place, and although I serve with dedicated officers, I'd be lying if I said that I didn't recognise an element of the culture from my own service over 28 years ago. Training is absolutely vital and important, and post the Stephen Lawrence inquiry, all police officers and staff across the UK attended 3 days of diversity training. It was a big undertaking, but it visibly demonstrated to the public that we were taking this seriously. Can I ask the Minister what steps and conversations he's having with the College of Policing for something similar?
Well, Madam Deputy Speaker, the Honourable Lady speaks with knowledge, and she is exactly right. We're in intensive conversation with the College of Policing, which is under new leadership, as I hope she knows at the moment, to make sure that we get the package of training exactly right, and specifically that the training catches up with modern phenomenon, which perhaps they've been a little slow to do so, such as social media.
Marcia de Cordova.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. The findings of this report were deeply, deeply shocking. But if we just look at this last year, we have seen that the Metropolitan Police has deep-rooted structural problems, from racism to bullying to misogyny. Currently, we have a commissioner in the job that I do not believe is fit for purpose. So does the Minister agree with me that to really tackle the broken culture within the Metropolitan Police, that we also need to change the Commissioner?
Minister.
Well, Madam Deputy Speaker, I recognise that media coverage has the tendency to compress time. It's worth pointing out that this issue came to light in 2017, that unit was disbanded in 2018, and that the Charing Cross Police Station was merged into a wider borough operational command unit under new leadership, who is committed to driving out this kind of appalling behaviour. Now, whether or not that culture still persists, or indeed the vigour with which the Met is pursuing it, will be revealed, we hope, by both the Angelini inquiry but by the work of Dame Louise Casey. And I would urge the Honourable Lady to wait for those conclusions.
Ruth Cadbury.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. This cultural problem doesn't just
apply to Charing Cross or even, as my honourable friend from Croydon Central has said, even to the Met. But it also doesn't just apply to middle ranking and junior officers. As a councillor and now as a member of this House, I worked with Chief Superintendent Paul Martin and Chief Inspector Ricky Candola, who were last week both found guilty of gross misconduct and dismissed without notice for a series of offences. The Chief Superintendent led the 3-borough BCU and was found to have committed bullying and discriminatory conduct toward a female police officer, misuse of a bank card and impropriety over a promotion. So can the Minister assume this House that any reviews will address the cultures within our police forces right to the top at the full senior levels? Thank you.
That is our intention, Madam Deputy Speaker.
Anna McMorran.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Not only did that report make for incredibly uncomfortable and difficult reading, but it destroys public confidence. And this isn't just about the Met. Alongside the government's failure in the criminal justice system, where victims are let down and rape prosecutions have fallen to just 1.3%, how can the Secretary of State expect women victims of serious sexual assault and rape to come forward now across the country? And what is he going to do about it?
Well, Madam Deputy Speaker, I have already in the past in this House expressed sincere regret for the results that we're seeing through the criminal justice system on rape. I hope the Honourable Lady will recognise that some of the actions we put in place, not least Operation Soteria, which is showing good signs now of making progress in this area, will give people more confidence of getting a result. However, I would just say that the incidence of reported rape in this country continues to rise as more and more people come forward to report that appalling crime. We have to make sure that when they do so, they are confident of getting justice through the criminal justice system, and that's what we're dedicated to, along with my honourable friend.
Nadia Whittam.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. The IOPC's report was truly damning, but it's not the only example of misogyny in the Met Police that's come to light in the past couple of weeks. The Met has also been made to pay compensation to a woman in Nottingham who was deceived into a relationship with an undercover officer, and it has been made to apologise to my constituent, Dr Koshka Duff, for misogynistic and derogatory comments that were made about her before and after a strip search. Does the Minister agree with the IOPC's report's conclusion that the incidents they investigated are not, and I quote, isolated or simply the behaviour of a few bad apples? And will he commit to an independent, public, statutory inquiry into institutional misogyny in the Metropolitan Police?
Minister.
Well, Madam Deputy Speaker, given the incidents we've seen, and I saw that incident as well and was appalled by it too, it's hard not to agree with the IOPC conclusions. As I've explained in the last few minutes, there are a number of inquiries in this area always ongoing in the Metropolitan Police. At the moment, I think it's best for us to wait for them to conclude and then decide what next steps may be.
Thank you. Statement, Secretary of State for Levelling Up Housing and Communities, Michael Gove.
Madam Deputy Speaker, I would like to make a statement on the Government's plans to level up and unite our country. The white paper that we're publishing today sets out a detailed strategy to make opportunity more equal and to shift wealth and power decisively towards working people and their families. After 2 long COVID years, we need to get this country moving at top speed again. We need faster growth, quicker public services and higher wages, and we need to allow overlooked and undervalued communities to take back control of their destiny. Because we know that while talent is spread equally across the United Kingdom, opportunity is not. Our country is an unparalleled success story, but not everyone shares in it. The further you are from one of our great capitals, whether it's London, Edinburgh, Cardiff or Belfast, the tougher life can be. For every local success, there is a story of scarring and stagnation elsewhere. And that's got to change. We need to tackle and reverse the inequality that is limiting so many horizons, and which also harms our economy. The gap between much of the South East and the rest of the country in productivity, in health outcomes, in wages, in school results and in job opportunities must be closed. And this isn't about slowing down London or the South East. It's not about dampening down animal spirits. It's rather about turbocharging the potential of every part of the UK. And this country won't achieve its full potential until every individual and community achieves everything of which they're capable. Our economy has been like a jet propelled by only one engine. Now we need to fire up every resource we have. And the economic prize from levelling up is potentially enormous. If underperforming places were levelled up towards the UK average, unlocking their full potential, it could boost aggregate UK GDP by tens of billions of pounds each year. So how do we achieve success? Firstly, by backing business. The economic growth we want to see across the UK will be generated by the private sector, by businesses and entrepreneurs, investing, innovating, taking risks and opening new markets. And we'll support them every step of the way by cutting through the red tape, making it easier to secure investment, and, as our white paper today outlines, by creating the right environment on the ground for business. As the Chancellor laid out in our plan for growth, we need to invest in science and innovation, improve infrastructure and connectivity, and extend educational opportunity to underpin economic success. And this white paper makes clear our commitment to improving education, investment and connectivity fastest in those parts of the country which have not had the support that they needed in the past. We've set out clear, ambitious missions, underpinned by metrics by which we can be held to account to drive the change we need. So in productivity, science and innovation, Mission 1, by 2030, we pledge that pay, employment and productivity will have risen in every area of the UK, with each containing a globally competitive city, closing the gap between top-performing areas and the rest. Mission 2 will see a massive increase in domestic public investment in research and development outside the Greater South East, increasing by at least a third in the next 3 years, and will use this shift in resources to leverage private sector investment in the areas that need it most. On infrastructure and connectivity, we'll have better local transport, bringing the rest of the country closer to the standards of London's transport system. And we'll also improve digital connectivity, with billions of pounds of investment bringing nationwide gigabit-capable broadband and 4G coverage to the whole UK, and will expand 5G coverage to the overwhelming majority of the population. On education and skills, we will effectively eradicate illiteracy and innumeracy, with investment in the most underperforming areas of the country. 55 new education investment areas in England alone, driving school improvement in the local authorities where attainment is weakest. And our sixth mission, new high-quality skills training, targeted at the lowest skilled areas, with 200,000 more people completing high-quality skills training annually. Now, we know that to achieve these missions, we will need smart, targeted government investment. And that's why we're investing more than £20 billion in research and development to create a science and technology superpower. And today we're allocating £100 million specifically to 3 new innovation accelerators in the West Midlands, Glasgow and Greater Manchester. It's also why we're investing £5 billion in bus services and active travel, with new bus investment today in all our mayoral combined authorities and the green light for bus projects in Stoke-on-Trent, Derbyshire, Warrington and across the country. It's also why we're investing in new academies, new free schools and new institutes of technology. And today we're establishing a new digital UK National Academy. Just as the UK established the Open University to bring higher education to everyone, we are making available to every school student in the country high-quality online teaching, so geography is no barrier to opportunity. And we'll also use the freedoms that we now have outside the EU to reform government procurement rules to ensure that the money that we spend on goods and services is spent on British firms and British jobs. We will unashamedly put British workers first in the global race for investment. Economic opportunity spread more equally across the country is at the heart of levelling up, but it's also about community as well. It's about repairing the social fabric of our broken heartlands so they can reflect the pride we feel in the places we love. That's why we're investing in 20 new urban regeneration projects, starting in Wolverhampton and Sheffield and spreading across the Midlands and the North. £1.8 billion invested in new housing infrastructure, turning brownfield land into projects across the country, like Stratford and King's Cross in London. And by regenerating the great cities and towns of the north, we can relieve the pressure on greenfields and public services in the south. A more productive, even prouder and faster growing north helps improve quality of life and well-being in the south. And that's why we're refocusing housing investment towards the north and Midlands. And our housing mission is clear. We will give renters a secure path to greater home ownership, We will drive an increase in first-time buyers, and we will deliver a tough focus on decent standards in rented homes. A new £1.5 billion levelling up home building fund will give loans to small and medium-sized builders to deliver new homes, the vast majority of which will be outside London and the South East. And our housing plans will set a decent minimum standard that all rented properties must meet. Our white paper this spring will include plans to cut the number of poor-quality rented homes by half. It will also address the injustice of no-fault evictions and bear down on rogue landlords, improving the life chances of children and families up and down the country. We will also take action in law to tackle the problem of empty properties and vacant shops on our high streets. Building on the work of my honourable friend, the member for Stoke-on-Trent North, we will ensure that properties cannot remain unloved and unused for months, dragging down the whole high street. Instead, we will put every property to work for the benefit of the whole community. Central also to improving the quality of life for all will be further investment in sport, culture, nature and young people. That's why we're investing £230 million extra in grassroots football and using the Community Ownership Fund to help fans take back control of clubs such as Bury FC. It's also why every extra penny of Arts Council spending will now be allocated outside London, from celebrating ceramics in Stoke to supporting pride in British history in Bishop Auckland. It's also be the case that there will be another £30 million allocated to improving parks and urban green spaces, as well as plans to re-green all of our green belt. We'll also invest an additional £560 million in activities for young people. We'll also invest in reversing health disparities, tackling obesity and improving life expectancy. And we will also ensure that the communities in which we're investing are safer and more orderly. Fighting crime and antisocial behaviour is essential to giving communities new heart. So we'll invest an additional £150 million in our Safer Streets Fund, and we will also ensure that those who drag our communities down through vandalism, graffiti and joyriding pay back their debts to communities. They will be set to work on improving the environment, cleaning up public spaces, clearing away the drug debris in our parks and streets and contributing to civic renewal. And critical to the success of our mission will also be giving communities not just the resources, but also the powers necessary to take back control. And that is why our white paper sets out how we will shift more power away from Whitehall to working people. We'll give outstanding local leaders like Andy Street and Ben Houchin new powers. We'll create new mayors, and indeed Dan Jarvis. We'll create new mayors where people want them. We'll give 9 counties, including Derbyshire and Durham, new powers as trailblazers in a programme of county deals, and will strengthen the hand of local leaders across the country. We will also take back control of the money that the EU used to spend on our behalf, ensuring that local areas can invest in their priorities through the new UK Shared Prosperity Fund. With power comes responsibility, so we'll also ensure that data on local government performance is published so that we can also hold local leaders to account. Central government will report back to this House on our progress against our missions and the impact that all our policies have on closing geographical inequalities. Because building long-term structures matter, we will also create the institutions, generate the incentives and supply the information necessary to drive levelling up for years ahead. Madam Deputy Speaker, this white paper lays out a long-term economic and social plan to make opportunity more equal. It shifts power and opportunity towards the North and Midlands, Scotland, Wales and Northern Ireland. It guarantees increased investment in overlooked and undervalued communities, in research and development, in education and skills, in transport and broadband, in urban parks and decent homes, in grassroots sports and local culture, and in fighting crime and tackling antisocial behaviour. It gives local communities the tools to tackle rogue landlords, dilapidated high streets and neglected green spaces. And it demonstrates that this people's government is keeping faith with the working people of this country by allowing them to take back control of their lives, their communities and their futures, and I commend this statement to the House.
Shadow Secretary of State Lisa Nandy.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. After all the delays, all the slogans, all the big promises, is this it? Is this really it? The sum total
of ambition for our proud coastal and industrial towns, our villages and our great cities.
The Secretary of State was heard with respect. I don't expect the Shadow Secretary of State to be shouted at. Lisa Nandy.
Madam Deputy Speaker, they don't disrespect us when they chunter and cheer. They disrespect the people of this country. Seriously, is this it? The sum total of our ambition for our coastal and industrial towns, our villages and our great cities is a history lesson on the rise of the Roman Empire. A minister scurrying around Whitehall, shuffling the deck chairs, cobbling together a shopping list of recycled policies and fiddling the figures. Is this really it? For some of us, Madam Deputy Speaker, this is personal. We've lived these failures every single day. We've watched good jobs go, our high streets boarded up, young people who have to get out to get on. He talks about Bury FC. My stepdad was a lifelong supporter of Bury FC, a regular at Gig Lane. His last words to my stepbrother before he died were, "What's the score?" If he were alive today, he would never forgive them for standing aside while this asset at the centre of Bury's community was allowed to collapse. Madam Deputy Speaker, this system is completely broken and he's given us more of the same. This was meant to be the Prime Minister's defining mission of government. I'm not surprised he was too embarrassed to come here today and to defend it himself. It's so bad that even the Secretary of State has privately been saying that it's rubbish. They tell us to wait till 2030, but where have they been for the last 12 years? And well, I'll tell them where. In Whitehall, turbocharging the decline of our communities, cutting off choices and chances for a generation of young people. Well, he talks about 12 missions. This is 12 admissions of failure. Let's take one of them. Only 2/3 of children leave primary school with the basic skills to get on. Forgive me if I've missed something, but wasn't he the Education Secretary for 4 years? What about this? They want to tackle crime, but on their watch, fewer than 1 in 10 crimes are solved, and nearly all rapes go unprosecuted. Anyone would think, listening to this, that he wasn't in charge of the Justice Department. This is a government in freefall, out of ideas, out of energy, recycled, watered-down ambitions, and none of it is new. In fact, some of it so old that one of the better announcements that caught my eye was actually made in 2008 by Gordon Brown, and it's been running ever since. Across our hometowns, we've seen good jobs disappear and far too many young people that have to get out to get on. This does nothing to address that. He talks about a Medici-style renaissance, but can't he see what's happening in front of his eyes? Our high streets are struggling because the local economy is struggling. People don't have money to spend in our shops, our businesses, our high streets, and they're about to hike up their taxes. This does nothing to address it. What we needed was a plan to connect our towns and villages to jobs, to opportunities, to our family and to our friends. But they've halved the funding for buses, they've scrapped the rail promises to the north, and where is the digital Britain we were promised? Madam Deputy Speaker, we don't need to look to Rome, Jericho or Renaissance Florence for inspiration, because in Preston, Wigan and Grimsby, people are delivering real change for themselves, not because of their government, but despite it. That's right. Imagine what we could do if they would get out of the way and give us back the power that we demand to make decisions for ourselves. Well, she laughs. They do laugh. They've been laughing at us for years, and here it goes again. It's absurd that we have to go cap in hand to Westminster to do things that we know will work for us. Don't believe me, believe the former Mayor of London, who in 2013 demanded powers that are nowhere to be seen. In this report, we asked for powers and we got a process. Where are the powers we were promised? Seriously, Madam Deputy Speaker, the arrogance of a Chancellor sitting in Whitehall, drawing lines on a map, choosing which of us have earned the right to have some say over the decisions that affect not their lives, our families and our communities. He talks about London-style regeneration. My colleagues in London will talk proudly about the London that they call home. But not every part of this country, Secretary of State, wants to be the same. We have our own identities. We're proud of our own places. We believe in our communities. We believe in our people. And we deserve a government that backs us, not this smoke and mirrors that we've been handed today. They have given more to fraudsters than they've given to the north of England. For every £13 they've taken from us, they've given us £1 back. We get a partial refund and they expect us to be grateful. Well, I'll give you an example of this. The Mayor of Greater Manchester today raised broken promises on rail, and he was told by one of their MPs, don't bite the hand that feeds you. Madam Deputy Speaker, it's not their money, it's ours. Imagine what we could achieve if we had a government with an ambition for Britain that matched the ambition of the people in it. We could build good jobs in every community. There's a global race to create these jobs, and we will bring them here so that young people in our coastal and industrial towns can power us through the next generation like their parents and grandparents powered us through the last. In every community in this country, people know we can do so much better than this. Well-paid jobs, money back in people's pockets to genuinely transform our high streets, reform business rates to back our bricks and mortar businesses, buying, making and selling more in Britain, and an education recovery plan that stands as a testament to our commitment to the young people who make this country what it is. That is our mission, Madam Deputy Speaker, and today we've learnt one crucial thing. For all the spin and all the gloss, they won't do it because they don't believe in this country. So we will.
Secretary of State. I think you're preventing the Secretary of State from speaking. I would suggest that a modicum of silence from the backbenchers would be welcome. Secretary of State.
Thank you. I have enormous respect and affection for the Honourable Lady, but at the end of her response, I don't think I heard a single question, nor did I hear her disagree with a single policy that we put forward. So she is in distinguished company. She joins other Labour colleagues who've welcomed the White Paper. Tracy Braben, the Mayor of West Yorkshire, who said there's lots to be pleased about in this White Paper. And the Mayor of South Yorkshire, who said on Sunday that he warmly welcomed the support that we were giving to Sheffield. And this was a much-needed recognition of the potential of that great city. So I'm glad that she's in good company, good Labour company, and welcoming this. She mentioned Bury FC, and she suggested that this government had to decide. I'm sorry, but it was this government that provided £1 million to the fans of Bury FC so they could take back control of the football. It wasn't Labour Bury Council, it was Tory ministers who saved that football club for its fans. She asks where we've been over the course of the last 12 years. She asks about my time as Education Secretary. Well, my mother said self-praise is no honour, but since she asks, there were more good and outstanding schools as a result of that. We closed the gap between rich and poor. We extended opportunity. We ensured that illiteracy and innumeracy were tackled. Now, she also says we need more good jobs. I completely agree. That's why we've got a plan for growth, and she's got no plan. She says that we need to revive our high streets. I completely agree. That's why we've got a plan for investment, and they've got no plan. She says she wants improved connectivity. That's why we've ensured that gigabit connectivity has gone from 10% to 60% in the last 2 years, and they have no plan. She says that she believes in devolution. Well, we have 9 county deals and powers for mayors. The only devolution in England that Labour ever offered was to London. They did nothing for the North and Midlands when it came to devolution. And she says that she wants safer town centres. Why is it that every time we've brought forward policies for tougher sentences in this House, Labour have voted against? No plans, no idea, no answers. And they also ask about new money. Do they not forget, do they not remember, I should say, what Liam Byrne wrote in 2010? When the last Labour government left, there was no money left. Now, they are so fiscally incontinent that they say they want simultaneously not to have a national insurance increase and to cut other taxes and at the same time to increase public spending. Yes. Our commitment to abolish innumeracy cannot come quickly enough, starting with the Labour front bench. My right honourable friend, the Chancellor, has committed £500 million to tackling adult innumeracy. We know where that funding should go first. If they had their way, borrowing would go up, interest rates would go up, the poorest in the North and Midlands would lose out. Instead of levelling up, they would bring the economy crashing down. That is why we never need to have that front bench in power in this country ever.
A little reminder that the Secretary of State should not refer to honourable members by name. And this is going to require a lot of self-discipline if we've got any chance of getting everybody in. So, very short questions, and the Father of the House will be a marvellous example of that, I'm sure. Sir Peter Bottomwood.
Can I say to my right honourable friend that those in the South East hope that this will be successful, giving individual opportunity, economic opportunity, and changing the economic geography of the parts of this country which need to be connected with the thriving country which we hope to create together. Can I say to him, could he also pay attention to council leaders like Councillor Kevin Jenkin in Worthing, who wants ministers to pay attention to things that ministers can do which will help, and stop doing things which don't help, because all over the country we need ministers to pay more attention to local leaders.
Secretary of State.
Well, my right honourable friend is absolutely right, and within the Levelling Up White Paper, there is a commitment to ensure greater devolution all round. I signalled the county deals that we are green lighting for Derbyshire and Durham, but it is also the case that there are local authorities across the country to whom we are devolving more powers, including over the new UK Shared Prosperity Fund. And he's also right to remind us that while deprivation is concentrated disproportionately in the North and Midlands, there are also pockets of genuine poverty in communities like Worthing and Hastings that we do need to pay close attention to.
SNP spokesperson Tommy Shepherd.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. This is somewhat underwhelming, isn't it? Not so much a dead cat as a damp squid. Absolutely. This might have been an opportunity to bring forward proposals for the modernisation of government in these islands, to devolve further powers and competence to the national administrations, and to do something about the asymmetric and centralised mess that is the Government of England. But no, what we are promised is in 8 years' time, we will get a better bus service. It's frankly insulting, given the amount of political capital that this government has invested in it. A government that has broken trust with the British people. And in order to get it back, it will need people and policies of substance, rather than glib soundbites and photo opportunities for ministers in hard hats and high-vis vests. Madam Deputy Speaker, this statement literally has nothing in it for the people that I represent in this House. But we will watch with interest as this con is perpetrated on the people of the north of England. Meanwhile, in Scotland, we have another Brexit betrayal. The replacement funds for the EU structural funds are falling £900 million short, and control of it is being centralised to Whitehall. That is what we are receiving from this government, and that is why more and more people are turning to the option of political independence for their country. But, Madam Deputy Speaker, my central question to the Minister is this. How does this square with the rest of the government's policies? Because we have a chronic and increasing problem of inequality in Britain. And yet everything this government does seems to make it worse. The decision to cut universal credit, the below-inflation increases of other benefits are driving the gap between the rich and poor even higher. So too is the decision to increase basic rate taxes and not to increase taxes for those who can most afford them. And so too is the government's inaction and unwillingness to do anything about the cost of living and spiralling energy bills. So my question, Secretary of State, is this. Given all of that, given the government's policy in the round, isn't this just a piece of meaningless window dressing?
Secretary of State.
Well, the short answer is no, but the longer answer is this. We work in partnership with the Scottish Government, and we recognise its devolved responsibilities. But people in Scotland pay their taxes to have two governments working together for them, and that's what we've done. The Levelling Up Fund has ensured that there's been investment in North Ayrshire, in Edinburgh, in Aberdeen, in order to help communities, councils led by Scottish nationalist councillors and backed by SNP MPs. It's also the case that the UK Shared Prosperity Fund has guaranteed funds going to Scotland to ensure that Scotland, Wales, Northern Ireland and Cornwall receive every bit as much outside the EU as they ever did within it, but instead we have control of that funding, not the European Union. And today we've announced additional funding for an innovation accelerator in Glasgow. Glasgow has, in Glasgow University and Strathclyde University, two of the leading research universities in the United Kingdom. We are supporting them, we are backing them. I explained to the First Minister last night how important it was that we work together, and we will seek to work together. But I would say when it comes to inequality, it is the case that the Scottish Government has presided over growing inequality in educational outcomes in schools in Scotland. We want to work with them in order to reverse that. It's also the case when it comes to devolution that the Scottish Government, rather than devolving more powers to local government in Scotland, as we are doing in England, has centralised powers. And the Convention of Scottish Local Authorities has been eloquent in complaining about that. Again, it is a devolved matter, but I think it's vitally important, if the critique from the honourable gentleman is to carry force, that he recognises the beam in his own eye before pointing out the mote in others.
Greg Clark.
Thank you very much indeed, Madam Deputy Speaker. What the towns and cities of our country need is ambition, investment and encouragement, not, I'm afraid, the negativity and neglect that they've experienced from the party opposites over the years. I'm proud as a Teessider born and bred, and as someone that negotiated and signed 6 years ago the devolution deal with Teesside, to see it leading this white paper thanks to the great progress it's made under Ben Houchen. Does the Secretary of State recognise that building on successful policy innovations like that is the best way to go, rather than needing to start from scratch in every case? And in that context, will he recognise that the role of universities and scientific institutions, very strong in the regions, is a good place to invest and to drive further prosperity across the UK?
Well, my right honourable friend was a brilliant communities and business secretary, and I think more than anyone else, apart from the former member for Tatton, the former Chancellor, was responsible for extending devolution across England. And he's absolutely right. This is a model on which we can build, and it's a model which works. He's also absolutely right that higher education is critical to the economic future of the North and Midlands. We have outstanding universities there, and the increased research and development spending that we're announcing today will be directed towards those excellent institutions. So whether it's life sciences in Newcastle, or whether it's renewables in Teesside, or whether it's materials in Manchester, we'll be working with those universities in order to revive the North and Midlands.
Chair of the Levelling Up Housing and Communities Select Committee, Clive Betts.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Could I thank the Secretary of State for an advance copy of the white paper, though I have to admit I haven't quite read it all as yet. When the Select Committee has looked at this issue in the past, it is agreed that local councils have to be key to delivering a levelling up agenda, and that means a devolution framework with all councils getting real new powers and real new resources to deliver. So when I looked at page 140, I saw the word devolution framework, and I was encouraged. Will the Secretary confirm, however, that in that list of powers, there isn't a single new power? All the powers in there are available at least to some local authorities, and what this does is enable more local authorities to have the powers that some already have. And what there certainly isn't set out is a list of the resources that will be available, new resources, to enable the spread of existing powers to more local authorities to actually be delivered in practice. Would he confirm those two things?
Secretary of State.
Well, it's a typically fair and informed question by the right honourable gentleman. And what the framework does lay out is how those local authorities which have fewer powers can acquire more. And how we can have a convergence towards a model which not every part of the country will necessarily want to adopt, closer to the level of power and autonomy that the Mayor of London exercises. But we're completely open, and we've said so, to negotiating with local areas on the acquisition of further powers. And I should also say that the UK Shared Prosperity Fund prospectus that we're publishing today makes it clear that even, in fact, especially lower-tier local authorities will have additional resources through the UK SPF in order to enhance their ability to serve their citizens.
Anne-Marie Morris. I would like to congratulate the Secretary of State on his Levelling Up paper, but particularly Mission 7 to level up health outcomes and well-being. Would he meet with me to discuss levelling up health and care provision in rural areas as part of that mission, a blueprint for which was published yesterday in a report co-authored by the All-Party Group on Health and Social Care, which I chair, at the National Centre for Health and Social Care? Secretary of State.
Yes, I absolutely will. My honourable friend makes a very important point. Of course, improving economic productivity is at the heart of levelling up, but it's also the case that we need to tackle unfair health outcomes. And within the white paper, we have details of how we're proposing to do so, not least taking forward some of the recommendations of Henry Dimbleby's National Food Strategy, which outlines how we can effectively tackle obesity, one of the greatest drivers of diabetes, which is, of course, one of the greatest drains on NHS resources.
That's Shaw.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I wrote to the Secretary of State on the 19th of January and I've not had a response to that letter, but in it I cited research from Utopia. So after analysing 34 cities and towns, it found that Bradford actually needed the most development and infrastructure support. So we've lost out on Northern Powerhouse Rail, stifling 10 billion worth of investment over the next 30 billion worth of investment over the next 10 years, sorry. We've been given crumbs. What's the Secretary of State doing for my constituents in Bradford West, and after failing them time and time again with the MPR and with nothing that the Secretary of State has mentioned in his statement today?
Secretary of State.
Well, the Honourable Lady is right. Bradford is it's a fantastic city, and it's seen significant investment, not least in cultural renewal. It's got a wonderful university, but it also has areas of real deprivation, not least in the constituency that she represents. I look forward to working with her and with Tracy Braben and municipal leaders in Bradford in order to ensure that the policies here can deliver for her constituents.
Damien Green.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I very much welcome this white paper, a genuinely one-nation conservative document from this government. Can I particularly commend my right honourable friend and his colleagues on the health commitment he makes, because 5 years extra healthy lifespan will be absolutely critical in spreading opportunity not just to disadvantaged people but to disadvantaged communities as well, because it's the health inequalities that actually hold more people back almost than anything else. Frankly, we can have all the transport infrastructure you like. If people in middle age are too unhealthy to lead full lives and to stay in work, then they cannot benefit from this. So could he go into a bit more detail about how he will achieve that ambition?
Secretary of State.
Absolutely, and my right honourable friend is right. This is a one-nation document, and it's in that conservative tradition. And he's also absolutely right that addressing health inequalities is vital, not just to relieving taxpayer pressure on the NHS, but also to giving people the full lives that they deserve. We outline in the white paper some of the steps that we are taking, not least to deal with obesity, but it's also the case that my right honourable friend, the Health Secretary, will be bringing forward a health inequalities white paper a little bit later this year, and I'll be working with him to take forward some of the insights of Professor Michael Marmot and others about what the drivers of health inequalities are and how we can tackle them.
Dan Jarvis.
Can I thank the Secretary of State and the Minister for the briefing that they gave the mayors and myself yesterday? But it is a shameful indictment of our country that for too long where you grow up determines where you end up. And we all know that to address these challenges requires transformational resources. So can I ask the Secretary of State to say what more he can do and how we can help him to get the Chancellor to deliver additional resources to deliver on the plan that he's brought forward?
Secretary of State.
Well, I'm very grateful to the honourable gentleman for making that point. And I hope to have the chance to visit him in Sheffield before too very long in order to discuss how we can use some of the funding that was allocated in the spending review more effectively on his behalf, and also how we can ensure that future spending commitments from the Chancellor and from others serve those people whom he serves.
Sir John Redwood.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I welcome the emphasis on personal journeys and improvement of free enterprise. free ports can make a great contribution to that. So can the government also bring forward a free port for Northern Ireland to show they are properly part of the United Kingdom and to see off the EU threat to our union with them?
Well, my right honourable friend makes a very important point, and the government is committed to ensuring that we have 2 additional free ports in Scotland, at least 1 in Wales and 1 in Northern Ireland, and announcements on those should be forthcoming shortly.
Sammy Wilson.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. First of all, can I welcome the White Paper and also the fact that the government is paying attention to the importance of levelling up across the United Kingdom. As a unionist, that's important to assure citizens that being part of the United Kingdom is they're considered important. But could I ask the Secretary of State this question? Many people in Northern Ireland will be saying today, red tape is actually strangling our economy. New red tape as a result of the Northern Ireland Protocol. How does this White Paper and the proposals here benefit people in Northern Ireland in terms of education, jobs, research, housing, crime, etc.? Specifically, how is he seeking to level up the situation in Northern Ireland through this?
It's a series of very good points by my honourable friend. The first thing to say is that I absolutely understand the problems with the protocol at the moment, and my right honourable friend, the Foreign Secretary, is working incredibly hard to tackle those issues. Second thing is we recognise that the Northern Ireland Executive exercises devolved responsibilities in a number of areas, but we can help. So additional funding for research and development means that Queen's Belfast and the University of Ulster can get additional funding in order to create the jobs that Northern Ireland requires. It's also the case that the broader economic strategy we outline here is designed to help every part of the United Kingdom. And it is also the case that through the UK Shared Prosperity Fund, there will be additional funding. It's already the case that UK Community Renewal funding and Levelling Up funding has been distributed to communities in Northern Ireland. But we need to do better in making sure that it reaches those who deserve it most, not least those in areas like Larne and Glenarm in his own constituency.
Felicity Cairns.
Speaker, Leicestershire and Rutland Council are some of the worst funded in the entire country until today, because thanks to the Secretary of State, we are one of the 9 counties who will be now negotiating a county deal. But can he please reassure me that when he negotiates a deal for Leicestershire, he will include Rutland, because they cannot go for their own county deal, so it needs to be a sidecar deal. And then will he help us level up pride in our area by coming to visit our wonderful area?
Well, that is an offer too good to resist. I would simply say 2 things. Leicester and Leicestershire have much to offer, but there are also significant pockets of deprivation, not just in the city, but in rural Leicestershire, that we do need to tackle. And she's quite right that the county deal that we're proposing, I hope, will help. Rutland's independence is something which I know is cherished by its people and by its Member of Parliament, but on this occasion there can be, how can I put it, a fruitful union between Leicestershire and Rutland, and I'd like to see that union advance.
Catherine McKinnell.
The Secretary of State will know the impact of growing up poor on health, on education and life chances, because it is well documented. But even before the pandemic, 2 in 5 children and young people in the North East were growing up in poverty. So it's hard to understand why this white paper doesn't address that issue of the lack of cross-government strategy to tackle child poverty. If levelling up is to mean anything, surely it means levelling up child poverty in the North East.
Well, the Honourable Lady makes a very good point, and indeed within the White Paper there is a commitment for additional funding for the Supporting Families programme, previously the Troubled Families programme, which helps to address many of the drivers of child poverty. But of course I would be the first to acknowledge that there is more to do, and it is the case that in communities in Newcastle, in Long Benton and elsewhere, there are real challenges that we need to work with Newcastle City Council to overcome, and Newcastle City Council's Labour leader is someone with whom I think we can do business.
Jake Berry.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I'm sure the Secretary of State would acknowledge that delivering foreign direct investment is absolutely key to levelling up the North and beyond. I welcome this white paper. Would the Secretary of State consider a 13th mission to double FDI into the north of England by 2030?
Well, can I thank my right honourable friend? Firstly, many of the best ideas in the White Paper are the fruit of work that he and the Northern Research Group of Conservative MPs have conducted. And the paper that he co-wrote for the Centre for Policy Studies, A Big Bang for the North, has had an influence on our thinking in a number of areas, not least in unlocking additional private sector investment. My right honourable friend, Lord Grimston, the Department of International Trade Minister, now leads an Office for Investment, and part of the mission that Lord Grimston has is to increase FDI, particularly in the North and Midlands. And I'll be looking forward to working with Lord Grimston and with my right honourable friend in order to ensure that East Lancashire is at the front of the queue for that investment.
Tim Farron.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I thank the Secretary of State for his statement and for this document, very thoughtfully put together, not least because the forward by the Prime Minister is on a detachable page. So that's great. One of the pages that appears to have already been detached is the bit that refers to rural Britain. And I am really concerned that there is very little concern in this document when it comes to levelling up the rural parts of our country. In Cumbria, we have 3-hour round trips for cancer treatment, a threat to our local A&E department, and the fact that our villages and communities are being cleared by second homes and Airbnb. I would be delighted to work with the Secretary of State constructively, and I would love it if he would agree to meet with me so we could talk about some answers to this housing catastrophe affecting not just Cumbria but the rest of rural Britain.
I have to say I agree with almost everything that the honourable gentleman said. Firstly, it is important that we focus on rural poverty. Secondly, there are unique issues in Cumbria. Local government organisation, the creation of a new authority in Cumberland and a new one in Westmoreland with Barrow, I think will contribute to making sure that we have a proper focus on it. But we need to go further. And he's also right, actually, that the issue of second homes and the impact that it has on local economies is a complex one. We're not in the right place yet, and I do want to work with him and other colleagues to address it.
Ian Nietzsche.
Madam Deputy Speaker. It was wonderful to be able to welcome my right honourable friend to my constituency of Great Grimsby this week. To see the amount of levelling up that is needed in the work that we're doing with our local council to be able to do that. Would he agree with me, though, that it's not just schools education, it's technical education for our young and older people, something that New Labour was able to decimate very effectively when it was in power, that is vital to match up jobs and opportunities to level up areas like Great Grimsby?
Well, my honourable friend is absolutely right. And if we think about the Technical Institute in Grimsby, which was a source of pride and high-quality further education, some of the changes that the New Labour government made, I'm afraid, undermined that centre of excellence. One of the things that we're clear about in the White Paper is the importance of making sure that FE is aligned to the needs of local employers. And in Grimsby, and indeed in North East Lincolnshire, there is a chance now, as part of the renewables revolution led by the Business Secretary, to make sure that new jobs, investment in FE and a recognition of the link between the two can ensure that in Grimsby you can stay local but go far.
Christine Matheson.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I always enjoy listening to the Secretary of State. He's always very articulate at the dispatch box and performs well, and I wish him well for the forthcoming Tory leadership election. There is an obsession that he's illustrated today with elected mayors. I understand he's briefed them, but not the leaders of local authorities. And in Cheshire West and Chester, the government has got 466 million since 2010 from our local authority, and the only way that we can win funding back is by bidding to this pot or that pot, which is decided by ministers. If he is going to increase funding for local authorities, will he please remember those areas that are not covered by directly elected mayors, but nevertheless have outstanding leaders such as Louise Gittins?
Thank you. But been there, done that, got knocked back twice. So I'm afraid I'm not going around that course again. But what I am going to do is I am going to absolutely agree that it is important that we talk to all local leaders. I personally think that the devolution of power to mayoral combined authorities has been a good thing, but it's not right for everywhere in this country. There are ways in which we can strengthen the hands of local leaders, and I look forward to doing so in Cheshire.
Sir Edward Lee.
Gainsborough South West Ward is the 24th most deprived ward in the country, and I thank the Secretary of State for awarding us £10 million in levelling up. But would he agree, looking at the overall picture, that northern industrial towns' prosperity was built not with government money, but by entrepreneurs in the 19th century and the early 20th century, when regulation and taxation was a fraction of what it is now. So what plans has he with his colleagues to try and reduce the burden of regulation on and taxation on these towns in the north of England?
Well, my right honourable friend is absolutely correct, and that's why I sought to emphasise in my statement that levelling up can only succeed if British business succeeds and if private enterprise succeeds. And that means the right regulatory framework and outside the European Union, as we spelled out on Monday. There are steps that we have taken and can take in order to ensure that we have smarter and leaner regulation. More broadly, I think if you look at the success of great industrial towns in the past, you can see that figures like Joe Chamberlain were people who were absolutely driven by the spirit of private enterprise, but also civic pride as well. And he provided an example of great local leadership and also ambition to improve education. And the mission that he led in Birmingham to ensure that universal education was extended even to the poorest was the perfect complement to the drive that he showed in generating wealth through the market.
Hilary Benn.
Very much indeed, Madam Deputy Speaker. One of the great inequalities in my constituency in Leeds is the gap between those who are able to feed their families and those who cannot. Since the government took office, in every year the use of food banks has increased, and last year 2.5 million food parcels were given out to people who went up to a complete stranger to say, "Can you help me feed my family?" What is the government going to do to bring an end to this scandal?
Well, the right honourable gentleman makes a very important point. And there are a series of steps that we have taken and will take through the Supporting Families programme. We're also in the white paper outlining some of the proposals that we're taking forward as part of Henry Dimbleby's National Food Strategy, which explicitly address some of the particular challenges that the right honourable gentleman rightly draws attention to in making sure that people have the resources and the capacity to put healthy food on the table for their children. I look forward perhaps to visiting Leeds with Henry Dimbleby in order to talk to the right honourable gentleman about exactly how we can achieve the change we need.
Siobhan Bailey.
Sure, not Siobhan. Sorry. We get that a lot, Madam Deputy Speaker, sorry. Listen, I am really saddened, I tell you, by the doom and gloom coming from the Labour benches, which is characteristic, but we should be welcoming confirmation that we're going to be turbocharging every single part of the UK, including the South West, and recognising the importance of the private sector to achieve those goals is key. In Stroud, we have a fantastic town centre regeneration plan, which is backed up by recent private investment into previously long-standing empty buildings like the Imperial Hotel, Five Valleys and on King Street. I would like to know whether my right honourable friend will dispatch his Levelling Up Minister to come and visit Stroud to see the marriage between private and the public money that we're hoping to achieve, to see how far that could go for local people.
The Parliamentary Honourable Secretary for Levelling Up the Union and the Constitution is hereby dispatched to Stroud. First class.
Lillian Greenwood.
Madam Deputy Speaker, how can we take his promise to turbocharge places like my city seriously when his government has spent 12 years draining the fuel tank and slashing the tyres? If his offer of a county deal is to deliver meaningful change, doesn't it need to start with restoring the £100 million worth of cuts to council funding that Nottingham has lost?
Well, Nottingham has a bright future. Nottinghamshire has an even brighter one, with the member for Mansfield as the leader of that council, leading a programme of urban development and regeneration. And I look forward to working with the Honourable Lady and with the member for Mansfield in making sure that we make Nottinghamshire great again.
Jesse Norman.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. The Secretary of State will know that Herefordshire is a county with one of the smallest and sparsest populations and some of the lowest gross value added in this country. He will also know of my passion for the new Model Institute for Technology and Engineering, which promises to offer entirely new forms of learning and teaching, lower dropout rates, lower levels of mental ill health, and much greater inclusiveness for young people into skills-based higher education. This is the small modular nuclear reactor of higher education. Will the Secretary of State encourage this? Will he think about and will he call for and initiate a review of higher education in order to regenerate cities and towns across the UK?
Order. It's really important that people are very brief because we are not going to get everybody in. Secretary of State.
My Right Honourable Friend's New Model Institute is a perfect model of what was envisaged by the former member for Orpington when he was Higher Education Minister, and he brought in reform which would ensure that we improved access to higher education, but with a particular focus on skills and jobs. I look forward to working with him and the Education Secretary to spread this model across the UK.
Kevin Jones.
Can I thank the Secretary of State for his statement? And he announced a county deal for County Durham, devolution deal. County Durham has lost £224 million per year in government grants since 2010. At the same time, his own county spending powers at its council have gone up. Can I ask him, in terms of the deal, will it replace anywhere near what County Durham has lost, £224,000 a year it's lost as part of this devolution deal?
Well, I'm looking forward to working with the new Conservative and Liberal Democrat administration in Durham County. The first non-Labour administration for many, many years, following on from the success of the members for North West Durham, Consett and Sedgefield. Sorry, Consett's in North West Durham. North West Durham, Bishop Auckland and Sedgefield in winning the seats at the last general election. Sadly, the Labour administration in Durham County Council was responsible for significant maladministration and the waste of resources. The new administration, I'm convinced, will spend taxpayers' money better.
Mr. Speaker, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I commend my honourable friend for his statement. Since 2015, Plymouth's been on an amazing journey. You've seen more investment, inward investment we've seen for decades. Can I just echo the plea of my honourable friend, the member for Ashford, that this becomes a defining issue for this government, this levelling up of opportunities, which is an extension of the Life Chances agenda we started back in 2015. And will he remember the seats in the South West? As we talk about the Red Wall, which is all brilliant and new and exciting, actually in the South West we've got a real job of work to do to improve life chances for people who live there.
My honourable friend is absolutely right, and in the South West, particularly around Plymouth, there are real pockets of poverty that we do need to address. The same is true also in parts of the South, particularly in Portsmouth and Southampton. So while there is a focus, understandably, on the North and Midlands, our broader focus is on moving prosperity and investment outside London and the South East, precisely to communities like the one he serves so well.
Stephanie Peacock.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. The Coalfields Regeneration Trust, based in Wunwell, is the only organisation dedicated to supporting former mining towns in the UK. Their vital work includes improving health outcomes, providing employment support and boosting skills for communities where levelling up is needed most. Will the Secretary of State agree to meet with the Trust to learn more about the work they do?
Of course, absolutely, delighted.
Philip Hollowbone.
I welcome the designation of Northamptonshire as an education investment area. And would the Secretary of State be kind enough to explain to my constituents what that will mean for educational outcomes in Kettering?
Well, children in Kettering deserve the very best start in life. That means, first of all, a relentless focus on standards and discipline. It means in primary school making sure that we have systematic synthetic phonics and that children, by the time they reach the end of Key Stage 2, are fully literate and numerate and capable of going to secondary school. It means multi-academy trusts which are delivering higher standards where existing schools have failed. And it can also mean, and I'd be happy to discuss it with my honourable friend, a new 16 to 19 sixth form like Brampton Manor or Harris Westminster, providing children from working class backgrounds with a chance to go to the very best universities.
Alistair Carmichael.
Madam Deputy Speaker, can I welcome the creation of the Islands Forum, referred to on page 132 of the White Paper, and the news that the Secretary of State is to chair the first meeting of it. So it's in his hands to ensure that this is not a talking shop. Item number 1 on the agenda for that meeting has got to be island future transport infrastructure needs. The communities in Shetland are desperate to see the construction of tunnels and fixed links. He could be the person to get the Scottish Government and the Treasury together and deliver it. Is he up for that challenge?
completely up for it. You know, there are issues in the Orkneys and Shetland, in the Western Isles, in Anglesey, in the Isle of Wight, of connectivity and access to good quality services and investment. And while they're very, very different communities, they have shared interests, and I will absolutely do what he says.
Lane Saxby. Deputy Speaker, and thank you, my right honourable friend, for his statement and your enthusiasm for numeracy as a former maths teacher. I wondered if he could clarify how his plans will deal with large, mostly rural counties like Devon, which, on average, look like we don't need much levelling up. But that hides a large variance with huge disparities in opportunity within the county.
My honourable friend is absolutely right. There are parts of Devon that are relatively economically successful, but there are also areas, not least in South Moulton and Barnstaple in her constituency, where there is real poverty. One of the things that we're doing with the rollout of gigabit broadband and better digital connectivity is making sure that businesses in those areas can provide better jobs and greater investment. But it is also the case that we'll explore with Devon as a local authority what more we can do in order to give local leaders the powers they need to make a difference.
Hamid Yassin.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. The Tories have been in power for 12 years. So does the Secretary of State agree that these vague plans to raise school standards in a third of local authority areas, including Bedford Borough, is an admission of unforgivable failure and also that any promised investment will never make up for the cuts started when he was Secretary of State for Education that blighted a generation of our children?
Well, since he mentions my time when I was in education, we protected in real terms funding for schools 5 to 16. We introduced a pupil premium, which meant there was £250 million additional funding targeted on the poorest. And in Bedford itself, we opened Bedford Free School, an outstanding school which brought opportunity to disadvantaged children in his constituency. What did the Labour Party in Bedford do? Fight it every step of the way. So if he wants opportunity for people in Bedford, come on to this side of the House, because we're the real crusaders.
Can I urge my right honourable friend not to be downcast by the negativity from the benches, but to be uplifted by the support from these benches which he is receiving for his statement today. In the West Midlands, we are particularly pleased at the innovation accelerators and the Smart City Region programme, which can both really be effective through the galvanisation of the private sector, and very pleased too about the brownfield remediation money, which will stop the iniquitous building of houses on the Green Belt. And can I say, we're awaiting transport money desperately needed for the Royal Town Centre plans, for which are being driven forward by the determination and vision of the Conservative-led Royal Town Council.
What a great question.
My right honourable friend is absolutely right. I know that he was instrumental in the success of Andy Street's election as Mayor of the West Midlands Combined Authority, and Andy has shown what a pro-business, pro-free market Conservative mayor can do. And he's absolutely right. The Innovation Accelerator in the West Midlands will be a way of harnessing all of the talent in his constituency and beyond. And I listened carefully to his plea for better transport to the Royal Borough of Sutton Coldfield. I think, in my view, the quicker you can get to Sutton Coldfield, the better for everyone. It's a beautiful Royal Borough with a fantastic Member of Parliament.
That's great. Deirdre Brock.
Madam Deputy Speaker, I note the intention to pilot an innovation accelerator in Glasgow, which is to be led by BEES, the Scotland Office and other UK government departments from DLUHC to DIT, but no mention of the Scottish Government. Can he tell me what consultation there's been with the Scottish Government on the proposal?
Yes, I talked to the First Minister last night about it.
Bob Blackman.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. My right honourable friend will be aware that despite regeneration programmes in London over the last 30 years, the deprived wards in London are still the same deprived wards as they were 30 years ago. Can I ensure, and can he ensure the House, that this will not be used as a reason to deprive London of money, despite the inaction of the do-nothing mayor at the moment, but it will be in new investment in the North Midlands and across the United Kingdom?
Yes, my old friend is absolutely right. Levelling up is not about dampening down either the success of London or overlooking the needs of disadvantaged communities in London. But it is striking that when my right honourable friend, the Prime Minister, was Mayor of London, that the gaps in life expectancy and health outcomes between the wealthiest and the poorest parts of London narrowed. He was a one-nation Mayor. He's a one-nation Prime Minister.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I'd like to thank the Secretary of State for meeting with me recently on this subject. Sadly, it was a virtual meeting, so we were unable to share a packet of Fox's biscuits together from my constituency. But after 12 long years, I welcome any announcement that could result in much-needed and long overdue investment into the towns and villages in Batley and Spen. Would he agree with me that when it comes to levelling up, it is the reality on the ground that matters and the real-world tangible differences it makes to communities? And with that in mind, would he confirm that he will accept my invitation to Batley and Spen so I can show him firsthand the challenges we face, but also the unique opportunities that levelling up funding could provide?
Well, I think the Honourable Lady is absolutely right. Firstly, we've set out clear missions, but she's absolutely right. We need to deliver on them, and we want to be held to account for that delivery, and it needs to be concrete. And then the second thing is, absolutely, she's been a great champion for community organisations and their capacity to bring people together. There's a new approach outlined in the Levelling Up White Paper to just that, inspired by her work and that of my honourable friend, the Member for Devizes, so of course I will.
David Morris.
Madam Deputy Speaker. Madam Deputy Speaker, the Eden Project North gained planning permission on Monday. Yeah. 5 long years, we got there in the end. Now, I'll put it bluntly, how can my honourable friend help the Eden Project North? Because the sooner he helps me, the sooner I shut up about it and I can get on to the next project in my constituency.
The Eden Project North has 2 brilliant advocates. My honourable friend and the Prime Minister. And I know that I won't be long in this job if I don't deliver for both of them.
Ian Lavery.
Madam Deputy Speaker, you know, the Levelling Up programme shouldn't just be about shiny infrastructure projects. It should be about the people, real people. It should be about opportunities, life's opportunities. The issue with regard to life expectancy isn't addressed in this hefty document. In the Minister's constituency, I think it's Windlesham, the life expectancy is 86.7. In parts of my constituency, it's 72.5. It's staggering. It's grotesque. Minister, what are you going to do about that?
Some direct. Secretary of State.
I completely agree with the honourable member. It is staggering and it is grotesque. One of the things that we need to do is to learn from Professor Michael Marmot and others about what the drivers of health inequalities are. I know that in many cases it will be people like the honourable gentleman who worked in mining or heavy industry who, as a result, often bear, even though it was a proud and amazing manufacturing sector, but who sometimes bear the long-term health scars as a result of that. There is more that we need to do. I look forward to working with him and others to address that.
Derek Thomas.
Speaker, it's brilliant news that small and medium-sized builders will get support to build 42,000 homes. Will the Secretary of State meet with me and my Cornish colleagues to make sure those homes actually are retained by people that live in Cornwall?
Yes, absolutely.
Neil Mora.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. And the recordings which emerged today of the Secretary of State talking of dirty, toothless Northerners certainly deserve an apology. But isn't today's statement just a continuation of that abuse? Having taken £500 away from each, on average, from everyone in the North East, we get little pots of recycled money, and ambitions like local public transport will be significantly closer to London by 2030. 8 years, not even to catch up with London buses. What kind of ambition is that?
Speaking as an Aberdonian and someone who was born, I think, probably further north than most people in this house, I can say that there's no one more northern than me. But thinking particularly about the situation that she outlines, one of the things that we've outlined in the White Paper today are proposals to ensure that the current north of Tyne Mayor can work with local authorities in the south of Tyneside, in Gateshead and elsewhere, to achieve precisely the goals she wants.
Howard Rickcliffe.
Say to the Labour front bench, as someone who's grown up in those industrial towns that you mentioned, this is exactly what they need. They need a plan. honourable friend confirm that he will make sure that the delivery is key on this and that we get shovels in the ground?
Well, my honourable friend is absolutely right. In communities like Accrington, we have members of Parliament like my honourable friend who know what it is to grow up in an industrial town, know what's happened in the past, including under Labour, and know that we need investment, business and ambition, and that's what this white paper has.
Stephen Kinnock.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The APPG on the Shared Prosperity Fund, which I'm proud to chair, has been calling on the government to ensure that not a single penny is lost in the transition from the European structural funds to the SPF. But calculations by the Welsh Government confirm that the SPF will leave the UK close to £1 billion worse off, and that Wales will get £750 million less. Will the Secretary of State meet with our APPG in order to discuss how to ensure that the nations and regions of our country don't get shortchanged?
It's a fair point. I think the calculations made by the Welsh Finance Minister, Von Gethen, whom I have great respect for, I think on this occasion were wrong, but I'd be more than happy to meet with the honourable gentleman and others to take him through our approach.
Dr. Luke Evans.
Living up in and Bosworth looks like millions of pounds into Hinckley Academy, £28 million into Leicestershire Broadband, and £19.9 million into Twycross Zoo. Now, on page 235, the next level of levelling up is about a county deal, which is drastically needed by the 7 MPs in Leicestershire. Will he meet with all 7 of us MPs to make sure we can rocket fuel this by autumn 2022?
We absolutely will, and can I commend my honourable friend for getting to page 235 of the white paper so quickly, but we absolutely will.
Clive Efford.
The Speaker, when he was Mayor for London, the Prime Minister commissioned a report that asked for more tax-raising powers and the ability to borrow money for London, but that's been rejected. The current Mayor is asking for powers to be able to raise money. If London can't pay for its transport system, which city in this country can? So why is the government standing in the way of devolution in London? Isn't he just cherry-picking schemes across the country and standing in the way of devolution in the same way as he is in London?
No, I mean, two things. The first thing is that I had a good conversation with the Mayor of London yesterday. I stressed to him that we wanted to explore what potential there was for further devolution across all the mayoral combined authorities. There's a party political argument about the management of transport for London that I won't revisit now, but I think that simply saying that greater borrowing powers would solve all of London's transport problems, I think doesn't do justice to the scale of the issue. But to be fair to the Mayor of London, I want to work with him in order to make sure that we can.
Martin Vickers.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I thank my right honourable friend for his visit to my constituency on Monday. He will recall the excellent fish and chip lunch that we shared, and during that lunch, a number of points were raised. First of all, can he ensure that LNER do deliver on their promised direct rail service from Cleethorpes through to King's Cross? Urgent decision-making was alerted to, and also the way to help delivery of this would be a level 3 authority within the county.
Question at a time, by the way. Secretary of State.
Very good points. We do need a direct train service to Grimsby and Cleethorpes. It is absolutely the case that the other points he makes are well made and well understood. And I enjoyed the delicious fish and chips from Papa's with a side order of what I understand is called guacamole a la Mandelson.
Kate Green.
I was interested to read about the National Youth Guarantee. £500 million was announced by the government in 2019 for the Youth Investment Fund, but only just a few weeks ago was the first £10 million of capital funding opened up for bids. Will the Secretary of State kindly urge his colleagues to turbocharge the delivery of that funding so that our young people don't have to wait till 2025 to enjoy better opportunities and facilities?
It's a very fair point by the Honourable Lady, and I'll look into it.
Alan Cairns.
Madam Deputy Speaker, can I congratulate my right honourable friend for taking back control and for the strategic approach that he is taking to levelling up across the whole of the United Kingdom. This contrasts so favourably with the billions of pounds of European aid that the Labour Party wasted in Wales over the last 20 years. But can I ask him to pay particular attention for those areas in Wales that didn't qualify for European aid so that we can be levelled up at last?
My right honourable friend is absolutely right. We need to make sure that the additional funding available through the UK Share Prosperity Fund goes to all the communities in Wales that deserve it.
Rebecca Long-Bailey.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. The Secretary bursts with enthusiasm today. Yeah? His plans aren't bursting with much new funding. Even the Director of the Northern Powerhouse Partnership says that the Government is planning to spend less on English regional development than Theresa May or David Cameron's government, and that true levelling up would need long-term financial backing from the Chancellor. When are we going to see this?
We saw it at the spending review.
Jason McCartney.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I really welcome this statement. I welcome that Kirklees will be an education investment area. I welcome that Kirklees will get extra support from the High Streets Task Force. But can we also make sure that it's not just the swanky cities of the North, like Leeds, that get levelled up? It's our towns like Huddersfield, Milnesbridge, Holmfirth, Marsden, Slowett, and of course Doncaster, Madam Deputy Speaker.
I couldn't agree more. I've got nothing against Leeds. I love Leeds. But it is also the case... my name is hymned by children in Leeds streets, I know. But the serious point, it's also the case that there is cultural investment in Kirklees, not least in Huddersfield. My right honourable friend is absolutely right. More needs to be done for all of the authorities in Kirklees, and more needs to be done for the towns surrounding Leeds and West Yorkshire.
Ren Hussain.
Honourable Speaker, the stark reality is if you live in the inner cities of Bradford, you are likely to live 10 years less than if you lived in an affluent suburb. And whilst I accept the government plans commits to raising healthy life expectancy, it does not go far enough. One of the issues is the top-down approach. So I sincerely and constructively ask the Secretary of State to meet with me to discuss transformative new proposals that are being put forward by local grassroots community groups in Bradford to change health inequalities and to address the real issue.
I'll make sure that if it's not me, that it's another minister that definitely talks to the honourable gentleman.
Gary Samble.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. I remember as a schoolboy watching Tony Blair and Gordon Brown fly into Birmingham by helicopter to say that every job at Longbridge would be saved. But it's 17 years on, it's this Conservative government that have given Westworks £6 million to build to provide the new jobs that are needed locally. And it's this Conservative government that will be helping St Modwyn and other developers to make sure we're building the land at Low Hill Lane. And would you like to come and visit with me to see the biggest levelling up project in Birmingham in the West Midlands?
The West Midlands is succeeding at last under Conservative leadership like that provided by Andy Street and my honourable friend.
We really can't have long preambles. One question to the Secretary of State, please. Emma Lewis-Buck.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. In South Shields, Freeport bid rejected, Levelling Up bid rejected, Towns Fund rejected, Transport funding rejected. We've suffered Tory cuts of nearly 200 million. Tinkering with our governance alone won't change a thing. The Secretary of State once praised policies that, in his own words, led to the happy South stamping over the cruel, dirty, toothless face of the Northerner. Is he proud that he's managed to do exactly the same again today?
Well, I think that South Shields does deserve better, and that's why we're going to work with the Mayor north of Tyne in order to make sure that across Tyneside, both north and south, we have the right structures and the right investment in place.
Stevenson.
In the context of Cumbria, if there is a support for a mayoral model and there is some opposition to it, will the government take statutory powers to ensure that the mayoral model prevails?
Yes, and I can't think of a better mayor for Cumbria than the honourable gentleman, my honourable friend.
Ben Lake.
6 out of 9 areas in Ceredigion rank in the bottom 10% of areas across the UK for decent broadband coverage. And so how will the hardest to reach premises, such as these premises in Ceredigion, be targeted for public investment under the strategy?
I'll work with the honourable gentleman and indeed with the Senate and the Welsh Government in order to ensure that we can roll out broadband. I recognise that there are lots of small businesses in Ceredigion, in Aberystwyth and all the way up to Machynlleth that need that support, and we will be there for them.
Sir Bob Neal.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I refer to my entry in a register of interest.
Following this excellent document, will my right honourable friend, having recognised the value of cultural investment, meet with me to discuss some of the exciting ways in which some of our major arts organisations, including those based in London, are prepared to participate in the levelling up throughout the whole of the country?
I absolutely will. My right honourable friend is a keen champion of arts, culture, and in particular music. And the institutions that we have in London are fantastic, but they can play a real part with institutions like the Halley and others in the north in improving cultural opportunities for all.
Paul Blomfield.
Speaker, since 2010, Conservative governments have cut £2.1 billion funds to Sheffield Council. Our annual grant is £288 million lower in real terms. Today he's announced 13 million and described it as transformational. If that's transformational, how would he describe the money we've lost and when's he going to restore it?
I don't think I described it as transformational. I think it was the case that it was the Labour Mayor of South Yorkshire who said it had the potential to be transformational. I'm looking forward to working with the Labour Mayor of South Yorkshire in order to achieve that transformation.
Mary Robinson.
Okay. Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I welcome this white paper and the billion pound investments into brownfield regeneration, connectivity and R&D, but especially the innovation accelerators, which in Cheadle and across Greater Manchester will make a real difference to all of those businesses that want that extra help to start up. Will my right honourable friend also say that as well as civic leaders, business leaders will be part of the design of this accelerator?
Absolutely. I had the opportunity, thanks to my honourable friend, to visit Cheadle and indeed other parts of Greater Manchester just a fortnight ago. And thanks to her advocacy, I was also able to meet some of the business figures most interested in making sure that Innovation Manchester succeeds. I want to continue to work with them because the business voice is critical to the success of the North West.
Patrick Grady.
How are people in Scotland supposed to see the UK government making spending and policy decisions in areas that are supposed to be devolved as anything other than a power grab?
Well, the honourable gentleman is a graduate of Glasgow University. Sorry? Oh, he didn't make it to the Glasgow. OK, never mind. Anyway. He's a graduate of another great university in Glasgow. That's why we're investing money in that university in order to recognise that the constituency that he represents has incredibly talented young people, and we want them to succeed, just like him.
Andy Carter.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. And can I thank the Secretary of State for his statement and welcome the radical shake-up contained in this white paper. My ears pricked up when I heard him mention Warrington and funding for better public transport, 120 new electric buses for Warrington. Thank you, Secretary of State. Does he agree with me that if we want to get people into jobs, we've got to provide the public transport to help them get there?
Yeah. Absolutely, totally, 100% correct. And it's my right honourable friend, the Transport Secretary, who deserves all the credit.
Ms Cadbury.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Hounslow is in the second most prosperous UK sub-region by GVA, but thanks to 11 years of government policies, 40% of Hounslow's children live in poverty. So when will levelling up address inequality within communities as well as between them?
It's a very important point, and what we need to do is to make sure that we work with the Mayor of London, but also with Hounslow Borough Council, and those who are involved in providing opportunity for young people in the communities that she represents in order to give them a better chance in the future.
Holly Mumby.
Mr Speaker, we are underway levelling up in Scunthorpe. We are unashamedly ambitious to do more. So can I offer a very, very strong invitation to my honourable friend to come and visit us so we can show him what we're doing and have a chat about future opportunities?
Absolutely. I enjoyed visiting Grimsby and Cleethorpes earlier this week. North East Lincolnshire is great. It's time I visited North Lincolnshire as well.
Mick Whitley.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. Wirral Council is facing a budget black hole of more than £20 million. I've pledged to do whatever I can to save this fantastic public service of which so many of my constituents rely on, and I'm grateful to the Secretary of State for kindly agreeing to meet with myself and my honourable friend from the Wirral to discuss this very serious situation. Levelling up will remain nothing more than an empty catchphrase for as long as local authorities like mine are forced to consider closing libraries, leisure centres and swimming pools. So ahead of our meeting, can the Secretary of State tell me if he thinks this white paper comes anywhere close to undoing enormous damage done to local authorities' finances since 2010?
I'm looking forward to a meeting, and I recognise that there are real issues in the world which I hope that we can work together to resolve.
Bob Seeley.
Speaker, I thank the Secretary of State so much for taking forward the Island Forum idea. Sadly, I didn't get beyond page 132 because that's where it was. Can he assure us that the Forum will give a voice to islands such as the Isle of Wight to be part of the prosperity agenda in education, in high-quality jobs, as well as landscape and seascape protection for some of the most unique and beautiful parts of Great Britain? Thank you.
Yeah. Absolutely, and the Islands Forum is an idea developed following conversations and advocacy from my honourable friend, because we recognise absolutely, as he's consistently pointed out, that there are particular challenges that island communities face as a result of distance and dispersal, and we need to tackle them.
Margaret Greenwood. Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I welcome the Minister's commitment to meet with myself and the member for Birkenhead and other Wirral MPs. Woodchurch Leisure Centre and Swimming Pool and libraries in Greasby, Irby, Hoylake, Pensby and Woodchurch are all under threat of closure because the Wirral Council is having to make up to £27 million of savings as a direct result of brutal cuts from Conservative government since 2010. So can the Secretary of State make sure that he provides emergency funding to save these vital services?
I look forward to discussing that as a meeting with the Honourable Lady and with the member for Birkenhead.
Robert Logan.
Speaker, I welcome the enhanced bus service on its way to Derbyshire, the Derbyshire County deal, and the fact that Derbyshire is going to be an education investment area on top of the future High Street, 10 million for Buxton, 137 million for the Hope Valley upgrade, and the 228 million Mottram bypass. But there is a democratic deficit that I'm worried about. The Mayor of Greater Manchester takes decisions which have a huge impact on High Peak, but we have no say in them. What can we say to having more collaborative working and ensuring that levelling up works for everyone across regional boundaries?
Well, my honourable friend makes an important part. High Peak contains some of the most beautiful and important parts of Derbyshire, but it's also part of the greater economic area around Greater Manchester, and so therefore I want to work with him, with Derbyshire leaders and with the Mayor of Greater Manchester in order to ensure that we're working together in the interests of his constituents.
David Drew.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. With this scheme, the Highlands is set to lose out on tens of millions of pounds compared to EU funding. The Highlands has been placed in Category 3, the lowest of all of the categories, and faces significant financial challenges in accessing the cash. This is the largest local authority area in the UK. Why is the Highlands so low on this government's agenda?
The Highlands is at the top of this government's agenda, and it is the case that the UK Shared Prosperity funding that we are guaranteeing will ensure that Highland communities get the investment that they need. But more than that, the rollout of 4G and 5G will also help island communities. It is the case that the Scottish Government in the past has not necessarily rolled out broadband as quickly as those communities would want. As colleagues like Donald Cameron in the Scottish Parliament have pointed out, I want to work with him in the Scottish Government in order to serve the people whom he represents.
Butler.
Madam Deputy Speaker, I know my right honourable friend believes that local leaders know best when it comes to regenerating local areas, and when it comes to Buckinghamshire, he's absolutely right. Bucks Council effectively created the concept of county deals, is very disappointed not to be one of the first 9. So can my right honourable friend tell me how soon the second tranche will be announced? Because Bucks is poised not just to negotiate, but to spring into action.
I absolutely appreciate, and Martin Tett, the leader of Buckinghamshire County Council, is a first-rate local authority leader. I can't give a timescale at the moment. We want to make sure that the first 9 county deals are successful, but we want to move on rapidly thereafter in order to expand the scope of county deals.
Justin Matters.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Well, my constituency is repeatedly overlooked for funding, be it for the High Streets Fund, the Towns Fund or the Levelling Up Fund, but at the same time bids from other areas that scored lower on the government's own criteria are successful. He will appreciate there is little trust that this white paper will deliver anything for my community. So what assurances can he give me that any future bids for funding will be judged fairly and my constituency will finally get the cash it deserves?
Well, there are clear and objective criteria for funding, but it's also the case that some local authorities may need help with building capacity in order to make sure that their bids are as effective as possible. And I extend the resources of the department to the honourable gentleman and to his local authority in order to make sure that they put in the best bids possible.
Jane Hunt.
Madam Deputy Speaker, this is a plan that provides opportunity and growth throughout every part of our country. I'm looking particularly at Mission 6, the skills training. Would my right honourable friend agree with me that it is the Conservatives who really do help people to get on in life?
My honourable friend is absolutely right, and of course she represents a constituency with one of the finest universities in the country, and she recognises the vital importance of higher education, further education and schools working together in order to extend opportunity.
Stephen Farry.
Speaking as a former minister in Northern Ireland, our executive had far more control over the allocation of structural funds when we're in the EU than it does over levelling up funds today. So does the Secretary of State recognise that the UK's approach to levelling up funds, particularly the Shared Prosperity Fund, only means reduced resources for Northern Ireland and risks duplication and waste and competition in the shared public space over the scarce resources that remain?
I respectfully disagree, but I recognise that the honourable gentleman has a wealth of experience in this area, so I want to work with him and his party and his party's minister in the executive in order to make sure that we minimise bureaucracy and maximise effectiveness.
Mike Wood.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. The West Midlands has some world-leading innovative companies, as well as some universities and research institutions doing groundbreaking research. But public research and development investment in the West Midlands has been low compared to other areas, even though for every £1 of government investment, we've seen £4 private sector return. How will the Innovation Accelerator help to close this gap?
Well, my honourable friend brilliantly encapsulates the challenge here, and the Innovation Accelerator will bring together representatives from the private sector, from business, as well as those in the outstanding universities, which he quite rightly points out are a feature of the West Midlands, in order to ensure that its manufacturing strengths can be leveraged more effectively, and I look forward to working with him and others to achieve that.
Rachel Maskell.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. The broken housing market is the bigger driver of inequality across York, with the boom of second homes and holiday lets, and therefore the aspiration of the people of York is being denied. So rather than throwing us dead cats of the House of Lords, will he throw us a proper agenda for restoring the housing crisis in York?
Three important points. Firstly, she's absolutely right. There are things we need to do to tackle the housing market, in particular the second homes issue. It's complex, as she understands, but there is more that needs to be done. Secondly, I hope that she will support the proposed mayoral deal for York and North Yorkshire, which I think will give some of the powers necessary in order to deal with the problems that she mentioned. And thirdly, the House of Lords in York, or for that matter in Glasgow, I think it would be a great thing.
Stephen Metcalfe.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Can my right honourable friend confirm that as we look forward, that levelling up applies to need, not geography, and that the most deprived areas in Basildon and Thurrock will see the benefits and allow South Essex to reach its full potential?
Yes, absolutely. We need to target need. We need to recognise that obviously in the South East there are, with London, Oxford and Cambridge, three crown jewels that are generating wealth, but there are also communities that don't share in that prosperity as well. And I should point out that actually one of the poorest boroughs in the country, if not the poorest, is actually in the borough of Tendring. It's Jaywick. It's represented by the member for Clacton, and it's critically important that we work with local government leaders to address poverty wherever we find it.
Jonathan Edwards.
Speaker, if the British government was serious about levelling up and using Brexit freedoms, as they call it, would they not be devolving key economic levers to Wales, such as powers over VAT and corporation tax?
Well, I think that's an interesting idea, but I'm not necessarily sure that it would be the case that his friends in Plaid Cymru would necessarily take an approach towards VAT and corporation tax, which was as pro-enterprise as I'd like. But the key thing, I think, is that we need to make sure that the UK remains competitive overall, and as a result, his constituents in Carmarthen, East and Dyneffer will benefit thereby.
Jamie Mould.
Madam Deputy Speaker, I welcome my right honourable friend's statement today and thank him for Southport's £38.5 million town deal. But would my right honourable friend ensure that jobs, growth and investment are at the heart of this levelling up agenda, and vanity projects such as those proposed under the Active Travel Scheme do not supersede them?
Well, my honourable friend makes a very, very important point. And while, of course, we do want to encourage cycling and walking, we also need to balance that with the need to ensure that thriving economic areas like Southport, which are at the heart not just of Sefton but of Greater Merseyside and Lancashire's success, are given the opportunity to provide the economic growth for which he's been such an effective champion.
Beth Winter.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. The Secretary talks about shifting power and resources to communities. I think he made one mention to Wales. And in the case of Wales, the opposite is true. These proposals ride roughshod over devolution, override our democratically elected government and shortchange us to the tune of £1 billion by 2024. The truth of the matter is that these proposals will result in further hardship and poverty for my constituents in Cynon Valley and throughout the UK. So I implore the Secretary to listen to constituents and the people of this country, respect devolution and restore the missing £1 billion to Wales.
Well, I respectfully disagree. When I was recently visiting Merthyr and Pontypridd, I found that actually the investment that we were making through the Levelling Up Fund was welcomed by Labour and independent councillors in South Wales. But obviously we need to do more, not just for South Wales, but for North Wales as well, which is why there's a commitment in the White Paper in order to ensure that there are more civil service jobs moving to Wrexham.
Nigel Mills.
Can I also welcome the investment in education and public transport in Derbyshire? Why is negotiating county deals with Nottinghamshire, Derbyshire and let's really try and perhaps give them a little shove to have the full proper devolution and there for the East Midlands?
It's definitely worth exploring. I recognise there are particular geographical issues across the East Midlands, but I think the success of Andy Street in the West Midlands has meant that there are more options opening.
Paula Barker.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. £465 million cut from Liverpool City Council since 2010, with £34 million in this financial year coming. Local government staff have had their pay cut by 20% since 2010 in real terms. So, will the Secretary of State tell us if he's genuinely committed to tackling and reversing inequality? When can local government workers expect a 50% pay increase like the commissioners in Liverpool City Council, or will he agree to meet with me and my colleagues and look at this eye-watering decision?
Well, Liverpool City Council has had a troubled past recently, but I know that it has a new leadership committed to change and reform. But the commissioners are a vital part of that process, and I'm more than happy to talk to the Honourable Lady and other Liverpool MPs. If we didn't have those commissioners there, then we would not be dealing with a legacy of corruption and incompetence. And if the Honourable Lady wants to defend that past, or if she wants to be part of a brighter future, it's her choice.
James Wilde.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. Levelling up is as relevant in North West Norfolk as it is in the North. So I welcome the invitation to Norfolk to negotiate a county deal, which I hope will see more local powers and resources. But education is at the heart of spreading opportunity. So can my right honourable friend confirm that Norfolk's selection as one of the new education investment areas will mean extra support and dedicated action to give more young people a good start in life?
Absolutely, and we want to ensure that the example of, for example, the Isaac Newton Sixth Form College, which exists in Norwich and provides an excellent opportunity for children who've been denied it in the past, is the sort of model that is spread across Norfolk as part of our EIA initiative.
Gerald Jones.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Wales is set to be denied £4.6 billion as a result of the government classifying HS2 as an England and Wales project, despite the fact that the Treasury has decided that Wales would lose out £150 million per annum as a result of HS2. That doesn't sound like levelling up to me. Does the Secretary of State agree?
Secretary of State.
I don't think Wales loses out as a result of HS2. I think North Wales in particular benefits significantly because of increased connectivity. But the one thing that I would respectfully say to the Honourable Gentleman is that the Labour Party needs to sort out its position on HS2. The Leader of the Opposition said that one of his top priorities when he was campaigning to be elected in Camden was to oppose HS2. And then when we brought forward proposals to extend HS2, he criticised. There is an inconsistency in the Labour Party's position on infrastructure investment. I know that his heart is in the right place, but the Labour Party's policy on HS2 currently isn't.
Felicity Buck.
Thank you. I represent a London constituency with two of the most deprived wards in the entire country. Does my right honourable friend agree with me that levelling up is also about the deprived areas in our inner cities? And will he back my campaign for step-free access at Ladbroke Grove Tube Station?
Well, absolutely. I mean, the Honourable my honourable friend is right, and one of the things that the White Paper brings out, in particular in a look at Kensington as a borough, is the fact that it contains some of the very, very wealthiest areas in the country, but also some of the poorest. And I may say, without straying into another important area, but I think it's important to reference it, the suffering of Grenfell families and the community around them is a reminder of our need to ensure that opportunity and security are extended to those who've suffered in the past, and they've had no better champion in this House than her.
I'm afraid we do have to bring this statement to an end. I'm sorry we haven't been able to get everybody in, but we have got about 70 people in the hour and a half that we've allocated to it, but we have more business to move on to. So I thank the Secretary of State for his statement. Order. Order.
Thank you. Point of order, Daisy Cooper.
Thank you, Madam Deputy.